Hello, sir. Our Father, we are grateful. The President, sir, we are grateful. We understand your commitment to our safety, and we appreciate all you did for us. We could see your hand. Thank you very much. And every security operative, they tried so much, and that is why we are still alive now. We are very grateful unto you. Thank you very much. May the Lord continue to bless you. God bless you, sir. God bless you, sir. We are so grateful.
Thank you.
Payment of ransom is an encouragement for bandits to continue to brutalize Nigerians the way they want. Mr. Speaker, nobody is happy about the security situation in Nigeria. Nobody does not know. Everyone, most Nigerians are aware of the historical antecedent of bandits in Nigeria, of attack, of kidnapping. And by so doing, Mr. Speaker, it's a long-time transition that takes us to where we are today. In as much as it is good to encourage government and appreciate government where need be, to take measures that will curtail issues of insecurity, it does not stop us from taking decision, providing legal framework, providing resolution that will equally help government if properly enforced, it will curtail the act of kidnapping and banditry. When you don't pay ransom, and tomorrow you don't pay ransom, believe you me, Mr. Speaker, it will demoralize the bandit from doing what they are doing. So I want to come up with 2 amendments. Having accepted all the prayer, Mr. Speaker, yes, I want to say that in addition to not paying ransom, I don't believe and I don't see any rationale behind rehabilitating a criminal that is killing people. When arrested, you rehabilitate him and he becomes an informant in the mix of our own security. So in addition to his prayers, I want to amend that government should not rehabilitate killers. There is no reason whatsoever for kidnappers, for bandits, for Boko Harams to be rewarded by being trained and reintegrated in our own security system. Today you see ambush of our own. Sir, if Nigerians are killed, the people that put their life at the front banner of this war are equally being killed on daily basis. Police are killed, armies are killed, Navy are killed, Air Force are killed, immigration are ambushed. So in that, who are giving this information to the bandit to be attacking the security agencies during operation? You cannot exonerate those so-called people, that criminals that I've said to be rehabilitated. So I want to amend the prayer by including and urging government to stop rehabilitation of arrested killers and criminals.
What do you want the government to do?
To kill them. Yes. He who kills should be. If you kill, Mr. Speaker, anybody that kills deserves to be killed. Except if it is a motor accident, our law is quite explicit. But if you kill by coming to innocent citizens' house, Nigerians, kidnapping them, taking them to bush, subjecting them under serious, terrible torture before taking their lives of traditional rulers, Mr. Speaker, you don't deserve 1 second of survival.
Leaders, community leaders, and the general public. It is important, again, for those that will handle this equipment. These equipments cost billions of naira that could have been used for other aspects, but have been dedicated to do this. So I want to charge you that we must maintain this equipment very well. We will come after a year and see how these equipments are looking. Because we don't want to hand them over and then you throw them away or you mishandle them and they become bad within a few months. They must serve the purpose they are brought in. And I want to reiterate this to all members of armed forces and security forces. Once you are deployed, do not wait for any order from anybody to shoot any bandit or any terrorist. I want to make that very loud and clear. Anybody who refuses to shoot or kill any bandit or terrorist in the name of his waiting for an order, we will treat you like a bandit. The federal government, the state government, the local government, and indeed Nigerian taxpayers' money is what is used to buy this equipment. And they are bought so that you can take down anybody who is trying to cause mayhem wherever he is. So it is your responsibility to ensure that you take him down, not to allow him to take you down. I also wish to reassure the good people of Sokoto State and indeed all Nigerians that the federal government remains unwavering in its commitment to securing every part of our country. We will continue to
Hello, sir. Our father, we are grateful. The president, sir, we are grateful. We understand your commitment to our safety, and we appreciate all you did for us. You could see in your hands. Thank you very much. And every security operative, they tried so much, and that is why we are still alive now. We are very grateful unto you. Thank you very much. May the Lord continue to be with you. God bless you, sir. God bless you, sir. We are so grateful.
Thank you.
2025-2026 budget is implemented. I will fight. Agencies are not being funded. Our people are kidnapped every day. Heads are being chopped off on national television. We want to invite the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as our father to come and explain to us why we are spending trillions of naira doing roads, why we are spending billions of naira doing coastal roads, yet Nigerians are dying. Yet our security agencies are not receiving funding.
Point of order. Move. Thank you. Any seconder to this motion? Yes. Any seconder, please. We want this motion to be bipartisan, so I would want to see a member of the ruling party also join in this. It's not a minority issue, I believe. So any member of the APC here that is willing to? Honorable Jajere.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Honorable Engineer Mohammed Buba Jajere, PhD. I stand this afternoon to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Mascot. I so second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Amendment. Who has an amendment to make?
Amendment.
I only recognize one from this side, so Honorable Amobi. Either you or Honorable Ginger agree to who will move the amendment, please.
Thank you, our dear Speaker and my dear colleagues. My name is Right Honorable Amobi Godwin Oga. I rise this morning to amend part of the prayers made by my brother L.S. Ikweche. And that amendment is that this
Ahmed Tinubu came very prepared, and the result is obvious. From the public governance and the private sector, what is happening in this country, we have never experienced it before. If you go to the capital market of Nigeria today, we are getting to a market capitalization of over 140 trillion. Never in the history of Nigeria. Also, the foreign reserve of this country is now getting to $52 billion. This can finance importation in the next 3 years conveniently. The projection is there clearly that the dollar is going to be well stabilized, and there will not be anything to shake our foreign exchange. The disparity is so close, no more arbitrage, no more rent-seeking. We are now ready for real production in our country. Also, the truth be told, the turnaround in the economy of our dear country, the legacy of Mr. President will definitely speak for him. A very bold decision he took. We're seeing the impact. Never in the history of our country that Nigeria will play a very strategic role in European economy. Thank God for a company in Nigeria to have sustained the aviation industry of the entire European market. Right now, a company in Nigeria, a local company in Nigeria, is at par in terms of production capacity of aviation fuel of the entire United States of America. Also, our dear president is turning around the engine room of our economy. Look at what just happened with Ajaokuta Steel and NNPC, the strategic agreement in providing gas for an industry that they said it can never work in our country. I can go on and on about things that this government has achieved. On behalf of all the traditional rulers of this country, we are very proud and very happy to be associated with this government. I think reason, but for the sake of a betterment Nigeria, please give the president a
Hello everyone, welcome to the show. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. Today is Saturday, the 11th of July 2026. Welcome to the show. It's Have Your Say, a show that we set up for you to have your say on issues in the news. Every week we come here, we talk about issues in the news. Today we have good news. We're starting with good news, which is that the students and teachers who were kidnapped over 60 days ago in Oyo State, they have been released. The government just issued a statement yesterday saying that no ransom was paid, that they arrested the people that kidnapped them. And we're happy that they are freed, and we're hoping to get more details on what happened, who the kidnappers were, where they are, and what is going to happen to them. So again, thank you. Today we are starting on a good note, but we have so many topics to touch on. We have the World Cup is going on as we speak. We are now down to the last 8, I believe. Today we have games that will determine the people that will go to the semi-finals. We're going to touch on that. Iran and United States continues since February when we think that they've resolved it. There's a breakdown and they fire shots at each other. We are going to look at where things are, who is winning, how it might all end. That's something that we are going to weigh in on. Also, the politics in Nigeria continues. We have P2B leading the opposition with Atiku, complaining about how they are being treated by the government in power. We have the government in power fighting back about what the opposition is doing. So the Nigerian people are the ones who are going to determine what will happen to the country and how things are going to be resolved. So many issues in the news that we're going to get to. Gbaja is still under the spotlight following the accusation by the so-called scammer who ran a fake agency of government. We want to get into more details of what has been going on, where things are, what we know and what we don't know. Last information we have is that he's going to appear before the DSS and go to court and answer questions. So that will be quite interesting. We know that the government set up a committee to look into that after Bayo Onanuga issued a statement essentially shutting down basic information on what is going on. We're going to touch on all those when we have time, but let me just play this video and we start from there.
The chief of staff is a member of a gang of thieves, and I can say that categorically because I was the one who exposed when he stole $25,000 from a client in Atlanta, Georgia, when he was a lawyer, and his legal profession certificate was revoked as a result of that. That's how Gbaja ended in Nigeria. And to add a secret today, when I wrote that story, he asked Abike Dabiri to call me and asked if I could help him take down the story. I said no, because I'm writing for history. Today, you know where he's coming from. If I had compromised myself and taken down the story, you will not know that he's a thief. Thank you very much.
Okay, that was Omoyele Sowore weighing in on the question of the chief of staff. Most people are asking if they are really investigating what's going on. Why is he still there? Why can't he leave for the time being so that they will be able to investigate what is happening? It's only in Nigeria that you are investigating somebody while the person has hold an important position that even the people who are investigating him are going to be scared of him. All right, we will be back with our conversations. Thank you again for joining us. If you can, please like and share the link. I appreciate all of you for joining. Those on the comment section. Really, thank you.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are asking a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonava? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That is the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Physically, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't dare say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid.
Can we arrange the meeting ground? Can we arrange the meeting ground?
So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Okay.
You're a rat.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to admonish them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time, then you make a...
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil-producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective, so show me who he is.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us, and we're ready to go. It's quite an interesting news week. A lot happened. Iran is again threatening to kill Donald Trump. We had that because Netanyahu told the president, the Americans, that he got intelligence on that. So, which is quite interesting. We know that P2B has been complaining that his life is in danger. He's being threatened. His businesses are being destroyed by this government, and the government fought back. We had Kayamo, the Minister for Aviation, issued a statement last night trying to discredit the story P2B told about an incident at the airport. We're going to touch on that. Bajabia is in charge of a committee that is looking at police, state police. I don't understand this country. Somebody is facing serious questions about what he did, and they're giving him authority positions to decide something very important in the country when he should be answering questions. But anyway, it's your country, you guys, and you help me understand. If it makes sense to you, I don't understand anymore. One last thing before I bring everybody in. If you are in the studio, you want to join us, please turn on your camera, and we'll let you in to come and join this conversation. We have a new FIFA referee, ambassador in person of Donald Trump.
All I did, I asked for a review because I didn't think it was a foul.
And, you know, again, I'm good at this stuff. I didn't think it was a foul. I thought it was two great athletes that crashed into each other and got entangled. That was not a guy punching somebody in the face or anything that, you know, would be different. And I think it's a terrible, if they wouldn't allow, you know, a top player, maybe the best, maybe among the best players on the team to play, I think it would have had a big stain. And I related just that feel. I didn't tell him what to do. I can't tell him what to do. But, and I don't believe he made the decision. I think it was a committee that made the decision. And they made the right decision because, number one, it wasn't a foul. And you want to see a game with your best players. You don't want to say, how would you feel if I took, you know, we take Messi out. Look, you know, he ran into somebody. Or we took Ronaldo. Ronaldo, you bunked into somebody, we're going to take you out of a game. He's great. Or Harry Kane. Harry Kane, we're going to take you out of the game, Harry, because you happen to hit somebody a little bit harder than you can't do that. If you would have taken him out, I think it would have really stained this incredible champion. We got to have our best players, and Belgium's got a great team, by the way. We got to have our best players, and they have to have their best. And if we win or we lose, it's fair. Otherwise, let's say we lost him and we lose the game.
Wow. The guy speaks about soccer with greater confidence than I can. So I'm ashamed of myself. All right. So let's welcome you guys to come here. Right, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a busy week and quite interesting week, and it's going to be like this until we have our election. So I just have
please, Mr.
Just do it quietly. You don't have to make it. Just do it quietly.
Shut up. Take me out. When is all the same? Bring me back. Fucking asshole.
All right. We have to. I can't start now. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. I appreciate all of you. And those who are still going to join us, please like and share and support us if you can. We appreciate all of you. It's quite an interesting week, and it's going to continue this way. I really think that we are approaching that tipping moment when we are going to see changes not just around the world, but also in our country. Let me welcome you, the flagship. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Rudolph. How are you?
Yeah, how are you?
Good.
Okay. So for a start, I will just say quickly, give just 2 minutes. You know, is there any story that you are following that I didn't mention? Not that there won't be. I'm sure there are many. But just go ahead.
Well, yeah, again, good afternoon to the viewers and everyone. I thought that, I'm not sure if I missed it, but I think the Chief of Defense Staff of your country just announced that the Nigerian soldiers are well paid now. I think he bumped their salary from 9 to 100,000. Is that right?
Did he say they are well paid or that he increased the pay?
Well, I guess that's being paid well. In his opinion, 100,000 naira is good pay. So I thought that's quite interesting, and it should be encouraging enough for people to begin to run up and sign up to wanting to join the army or the military at home. The second story that I kind of saw that flash through my screen was INEC. INEC made an announcement that they are starting a training or a campaign for anti-fraud activities during the election that is coming up. So that they didn't give any details. They just said that there's going to be a nationwide training for all INEC staff on how to conduct the election and make sure that there are no fraudulent activities. I was waiting to hear them talk about the IREVs or electronic aspect of it, what they are going to do to ensure that the same fraud does not occur at that level. Other than that, I think those are the two stories. But again, great news that we've finally closed the chapter with reference to those kids that have been in the forest for so long. The only question I had was, were they rescued or were they released? I'm not too sure. It's kind of confusing a little bit. And there was no press conference given. I'm not talking about what was announced yesterday, an actual formal press conference by the presidency, since this has been not only a nationwide news, but also a global news that everybody has been following. And lastly, what's happening to the kids in Borno State? Have they been released as well, or are those ones still pending? Those two are kind of what's been on my radar this week.
All right, thank you so much. Also, talking about it, so you should also mention that we lost some soldiers, according to the government. They didn't tell us in what circumstances under which they were lost, but they said that some soldiers were lost. Soli, welcome to the show.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm representing the Southwest group of Nigeria.
The Southwest?
Yes.
Okay.
Lagos section.
Okay. What stories are you following that are important to you?
I'm looking at Sheyi Makinde. He's trying to play on the heartstrings of Nigerians, you know. He's talking about, the president didn't call me when they took the people. I said I campaigned to be president 4 p.m. By 10 p.m. I woke up the next morning and they kidnapped my people. You know, all this sympathetic nonsense that can only work for VDM supporters and OB supporters. My question that will always stand is, what happened to the security vote money? What happened to the security money that was given on to you? Can you account for that? Because if you utilized it, all these things wouldn't have happened. Sorry, the light is glaring. You know, all these things wouldn't have happened. He say, I'm just a governor. I don't have control over the police. But if somebody will enforce them online, who is going to pick up those people? Is it not the police? So who is controlling that police? Who is controlling that DSS? When it's time to perform, their hands are tied. You know, when it's time to take glory, they know how to use their power suddenly. So, you know, you will see the miscreant VDM supporters, they will come very soon to come and start defending disturbing things that have not allowed their region or their state or their local government to develop. You know, the same actions they took, they do everything and anything not to hold their leaders accountable, but always looking for who to blame. And that's why they keep running to develop areas, because they don't want to fix their own issue. It's easier to blame an outsider than to blame your own leader. I've never seen that before. Oh, white people do that. White people do that, yes. It's only white supremacists that do that. So I want to talk about what VDM has done, but he has done something good. He helped somebody get their 1 billion naira. You know, he's not taking money from poor people. So I'll give him I'll give him good grace this week.
Are you talking about a foreigner? What was the story? Can you mention that?
No, this one was they took this guy to police station.
Okay, yeah, I saw the story.
I couldn't believe it. I said this can never happen in Lagos. You know, they took him to police station. The police convinced him that it was real. He went to report to EFCC. EFCC said that they have to get a cut of the money. You know, just a lot of nonsense. So in this case, I like VDM because you are using your popularity for a right reason, even though it's still for selfish reason. But you know, people are gaining from it. But when you go and start taking money from poor people, you claim you took almost 1 billion naira and you built 2 bungalow schools and maybe 5 boreholes, and you are now, no, I'm not going to buy that. I'm too educated to dumb myself down just because I like you.
All right, thank you, Sally. Tony, welcome to the show.
Good evening. Good afternoon, Dr. Damages. Greetings everyone on the platform and those who are listening. Yes, quite a lot. We talked some of them, but I just want to draw attention to South Africa. Afrophobia continues. South African
Tony, your line is not very good. I don't know if it's just my end.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah, it's better now. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at South Africa. We had some demonstration in South Africa. You know, the same story, Afrophobia. And then we also have some African countries reacting. For instance, Ghana, they're protesting. President of Ghana refusing the request of the South African president to visit. Ghanaians also going to the street. protesting in Accra, asking for South African companies to be sanctioned, DSTV, ShopRite, MTN, South African Golden Mines, Goldfield Limited, which globally in Ghana has 25% of its output. We see Ghana also previously had reported to the AU about what's happening in South Africa and asking them to take proper action. And surprisingly, our country hasn't done much. Ghana was quick to evacuate its citizens. Our reaction in Nigeria has been reactive rather than proactive. People have been killed. I don't see any stringent measures that the country has taken, to take on South Africa and to deal with this threat decisively. Even where Zambia, DR Congo, Malawi, and the rest also have gone into protest. So that's one issue. I'm also looking at IMF. They came up recently with a report saying that an estimated amount of 8.8 trillion naira is unaccounted for in the budget. Government has responded, saying that it was used for deficit financing. And when you check, you find out that out of the 8.8 trillion naira, over 4 point something plus trillion was allegedly used to finance the Lagos Coastal Highway. So up to now, we don't really know how much that project is going to take and how much has been invested. And there are issues, over, the construction of that road, how well it's been done, and the adverse effect that is causing following the rains and so on. And then you have another over 1 point something trillion that is sunk allegedly into the Badagry-Sokoto Highway. And all this is going to the pocket of one person, Chagori. So there's no transparency. We're yet to find out exactly what's happening, where those funds have gone to. And then lastly, I think there is also...
I'm sorry, did you say 2 minutes? I thought you said 2 minutes. Did you say 2 minutes?
One man, let me moderate.
No, but then if you set the standard, then let's abide by it. If you said 2 minutes, then let's abide by that.
Yeah, I decide. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, and then lastly, there's the issue of the Almajiri schools, which was highlighted by the former Vice President Atiku, where just like we see in the so-called fake agency, we see a school, we see votes that were earmarked for Almajiri school in the north. We see the money that were earmarked used to construct roads in Ogun State. And then we also see in Ibadan, Horticultural Center Research Institute, where monies that were allegedly quoted in the budget for projects there used to build houses for MS in Niger State. I think those are some of the issues that probably, if we have time, we need to interrogate. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tony. One man went to more. Welcome to the show.
All right, so it's one man went to more now. So yes, at last the respect. But the thing is, though, you can't say you decide, though. If you set the standard, then we have to abide. But if you say 2 minutes, we have the anticipation that the person is speaking for broadly 2 minutes. The guy just rattled out endlessly, no rhyme or reason to anything.
One man. I
Yes.
decide. The basic is 2 minutes. I decide. If you're saying something that is important, I think you need more time. I give you more time. This is at least I'm still in charge of the show.
Well, then the standard is not 2 minutes. So you just said don't set the barrier and then move the goalpost. But leave that as an aside. Just two things. So that drama queen guy, you don't really have to do that. I come in. So if the
for one man, you are spending your 2 minutes talking about other things.
Yes,
I want to hear what you stories you're following.
Yes. So I noticed you didn't interject the rest. So let me unfeathered as others were unfeathered. So don't try and restrain me now. So that drama queen guy, it's not necessary for you to do it. If you don't want to share the screen, just drop elegantly. You don't have to make an Oscar speech. It's not necessary. I'm barely here 5 minutes. You know, I'll be gone in a minute anyway. So just make an elegant exit, come back up when I leave, which is broadly 2-3 minutes. So no need for the Oscar speech every single time. At the discretion of the host, if I come up or not, and if his discretion is that I come up, then you make your decision. So don't do that again. Just leave elegantly. Have some dignity about it.
One man, hold on. The alternative is for you to actually ignore that and go and make your contribution.
It's tedious. That's why I had to address it.
But if you address it, then he has a right to also do what he's doing.
All right, don't worry now. So let me speak. I mean, why you?
I'm letting you, but we've spent about 2 minutes now.
2 minutes is gone. It's 2 minutes is done. Can we move on?
But this is exactly the thing now. Every single person spoke unfeathered until I get to speak. So I only really came up because of the good news that came out of your state, you know, which is to the delight of everybody, except of course to the Southeasterners, because I know the people of the Southeast, they wanted those children killed. I think we all know that. And and we know that historically, but we also know that from the narrative that we have been hearing for the last since those children have been rescued, not released, by the way, because I noticed the pivoting that's already going on, that were they rescued, were they released. Several of those bandits, insurgents were pied. 8 of them are arrested. So that doesn't tell you that a ransom was paid or they were released. They were forcefully rescued from those people, which is to the applause of our security forces. Nowhere in the world, name me one American mission that has ended so elegantly. Surgical extraction of very vulnerable children from the clutches of excessive violence, the excellence that is the Nigerian army, coordinated by the president. But then, of course, you know, that runs contrary to the narrative you want to run. Because you people want those children killed so that you can use that narrative as a narrative against the presidency especially. It doesn't serve the Peter Obi narrative that those children were rescued. So we know what happened there. So there were a couple more things, but that guy threw me off guard somewhat, jumping on board. But yes, so especially that, you know, all these people pretending like they have any concerns. If you go online, they're all crying, all the obedient species, just incandescent with rage that those children were rescued, because your narrative serves more if they were killed rather than rescued. We know that. You know, so don't pivot to any ridiculousness. We know your agenda, and it's being outplayed. So now, anyway, let me just leave it there, because I did push that people should not exceed their time. So let me not exceed mine.
Thank you, one man. Your voice cracked when you were talking.
I'm just
sure. I wasn't sure if it was you were being emotional. I wasn't sure why.
No, I'm never emotional. Don't worry. I'm a highly charged person, so as I was judged. Well, don't worry, my voice is not cracked. But I ever cracked. The messaging I'm getting across is that we are aware that the Southeasterners want those children killed because it serves their narrative for those children to be killed. But unfortunately for them, that's not the case.
Sully, why are you covering your face? I want this clip. When you say things like this, woman, do you actually mean what you are saying?
I'm saying it off the back of what we have been seeing over the
No. Do you actually mean it? No, that's not. Do you mean it? Because I take it like, you know, there are some things you say, the same way Pansat will come here and say some things. I take it that you guys are actors, that you are not real. But if you are real, I don't know. That's why I'm calm.
What is unreal about that?
That people of the South is they want them killed because it's, and you think that's actually you.
I know.
You believe it.
And equally, you know that is the case.
Are you talking about You're talking about people. Let me see if there's anybody from the Southeast here. No,
Dr. Damages,
from me.
Can I react to some of the things that my brother?
No, hold on. So one man, I don't see anybody from Tony. Are you Southeast? You are South, I think.
No, I want to react. Because
he's Tony Southeast.
No, I'm Delta. But he didn't just say Southeast. He also said there will be supporters and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to address something here. From the investigations that from what we heard, there were people from Ogbomoso who gave out the tips, who were complicit, and gave information to the kidnappers to go and arrest those people. They showed them the way in and the way out and so on. But those were Yorubas. They were not the Southeastern.
Now, I'm not sure where you're getting that from.
Hold on. Just hold on.
Don't worry.
Hold on now.
Just celebrate.
One man, let him respond.
You spoke, and you were very very insulting in what you said.
In what way?
Let him finish. One man, please.
You have to calm down. You have to be a man, and two of us cannot be talking at the same time. It's indecent.
You cannot besmirch my name.
Hold on, please.
Your name is already besmirched. It's too late for that.
One man, hold on.
Strange fellow.
Tony, Jagun, hold on, please. Let Tony finish so that we can
go. So from what we hear from the report that we hear, it were people from the community who gave out the information to the kidnappers to kidnap those people, and those were Yorubas. Those were not Easterners. That's one. Two, yes, you can rejoice, but if the man who was beheaded was your brother, I'm not sure you'd be rejoicing. So I think that yes, it's we're happy that.
Is it not cause for rejoice?
Can I finish, please? Can you
I'll let you speak.
Can you show some decency? We're decent people here.
Well, you are here, so I'm not quite sure where the decency comes in. How can you be here and there are decent people here?
Well, look at what you're saying. Everybody is looking at you and they are amazed at the kind of thing you're saying.
Don't worry now.
You are very uncouth. Your mien, your disposition is totally below expectation. And just attacking people.
Look at this guy.
What kind of person are you?
Why are you stopping him from speaking? Why are you stopping him from speaking? I don't understand. I don't understand how you're coming to this show and stopping people from their own point of view when you have your own disgraceful point of view. Your points of view are abhorrent to everybody on this stage. However, you believe that you can come here and referee anything when your show is a show of complete spastication. You have no point of view. You only have rhetoric of bullshit. That is your health. And you're coming here to speak in your disgraceful accent about how people should run this show. This is not your show, you crazy individual.
All right. That's
at least you can't behave worse than me. You're not coming here to take that position. That position is already taken.
Somebody crazy.
Everybody calm down.
Rudolph, can I say?
Idiot.
Calm down, everybody. Calm down. We're just starting. We've not even started and the show is already going off track.
I'm not finished though. Please.
All right. Finish up, Tony.
Yes. I just want to end by saying there's nothing to celebrate here because the responsibility of government, is to protect the life and property of citizens. And the government failed. And rather than accept this responsibility, it was passing the buck and saying that it's Seyi Makinde that is responsible, which is awful. So that's my point.
All right, thank you. So before flagship, just one man. I want to one man. Hold on. I want to narrow something down. I'm just concerned about something. So you said that the people of the Southeast and everybody. I looked at people here. I'm the only one from the Southeast that we celebrated or that we will have been happy that they were. Are you saying that I will have been happy if the kids were killed? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what your emotions will be, but I know the emotions of the broader space that you occupy, and the emotions of the broader space, the politics and want of the broader space that you come from, which is the Southeast, the Igbo people. Their politics would have been, it serves them more for those children to have been brutally done away with.
So is there not a better way for you to put it, such that
no.
Not? Oh, hold on. We are trying to do. Maybe this is learning moment. Hold on, one man. Is there not a better way you could have said that? That some people out of the Southeast, if that's what you believe, but you are saying that the people, including me. So I want to know that. I want to understand whether you're actually real or you are not. Because I think we have to get down to some of these things we see on public space.
Yes, you can.
Are you saying that
the question? Don't worry, you don't have to repeat it 3 times. Look, it's a broad catchment. So I'm not narrowing it down to the individualistic. I suspect that you may well not be that way inclined, because I know you both on and off screen. But the broader representation of the southeastern space, it serves their politics for those children to have been brutally pied. And that is what they wanted. But let me just say one last thing. This Soji guy, I think I sent you a clip once. While this guy used to come on my platform, we had to remove him eventually. Always drugged up, always doped up. So I'm not quite sure who he is calling a lunatic. So I mean,
you're a complete lunatic. I'll allow you to finish, but you're a complete utter buffoon.
I would like
complete
to
and utter. Imagine, free of charge, just breathing the air. It's not that you are taking any special thing for it.
You do. Anytime
the things that Rudolph is asking you are very unfortunate. He's asking you if you're real or not.
Yeah,
and he's somebody who gives you a lot of space. We who are listening know you clearly that you are a buffoon, and your rhetoric, it has no space here. It really has no space. We are not a fan of yours. You understand? We do not register you in our brokerage within political utterances. We don't reckon you.
You don't what? So
one man. I'll give you one more chance.
You're not reckoned
here. You want to
bro.
reframe what you said initially about the people of the
South? There's nothing you can do to help him, I'm afraid, Rudolph. Nothing you can do.
No, he's a lost cause. I just want to make sure that one man. Do you think you can reframe it in a better way based on what you just explained?
Look, Rudolph, I know what you're leading up to, so you lead up to that. I said what I said, and that is even a toned down version of what I could have said, because those are the stark realities of the understanding. So I come on, let me say one last thing. I come on your platform out of nothing. I gain nothing from here other than abuse.
And you add nothing.
I'm not.
Nothing.
Can you just cage the monkey? I gain nothing.
see the added nothing you are coming with. Monkey cat.
All right. So
I can only laugh at you, bruh. You're laughable. You're a mistake of life.
Thank you so much, one man. Let's go to Femi.
All right. Let me leave and then you carry on.
It's better that you leave, Joe.
Let me leave.
Thank you. Femi, go ahead.
And sorry, you don't have to do the round of abuse after I leave, because we've had the window to do it. Because I think
it's you that made yourself a public clown. Public clown. Come here and clown yourself.
So don't bring them up.
And then you're trying to moderate what we should say. Imagine. Complete buffoon. You have no respect here, my friend.
Femi, welcome to the show.
I forgot what I want to say.
Sorry, I can give a tone down of what one man how he should have said it, Sha.
No, that's okay. Don't.
Sully, please.
Don't help.
Please, Sully. Please.
Femi, go ahead.
Like I said, I forgot to. It doesn't get worse than this. This is a reflection of some of the most despotent people you can find on earth. I wish he was here, because one thing you quickly realize in life is that people think that they think they're bullying, but they're the weakest people on earth, especially when you see them in real life. If there's one thing being a keyboard warrior is done in 2027, yes, I said it. It's the fact that it's giving people the ability to say what they would not say when they see you in real life. It's sad. Anyway, because we continue to include ethnic, what's it called, jingoism in everything we do. I want to start where this disgrace guy just stopped. Because some of us are Yorubas. We don't behave like this. I'm sorry. Equally for other tribes as well. I have an uncle. I've mentioned this before. He's a retired Air Vice Marshal, Oladele Olasope. He was a fighter pilot and in intelligence in the 80s of the Nigerian Air Force. I have had these conversations with him. He lives in Ibadan. You see, when people come here, in the case of this particular guy, whose name should not be mentioned, he doesn't deserve to be mentioned. You see people say things at times. We don't know whether they're paid. We don't know whether it makes sense. And he's not a young person. He's definitely way, way older than I am. And then you wonder why Nigeria is the way it is. First of all, Jagu, I don't know if you've been to One Man's Show before, truly. But the times I've gone there in the past, just maybe out of amusement, I personally feel this sad to be a certain kind of Yoruba man. And I'll leave it like that. And for kids that are watching, please learn carefully. Some people are not worthy to be your heroes. And I fear for the future of Nigeria with people like this. That said, before my 2 minutes finishes, and thank you for allowing me to rant a bit. It's sad. To your point, flagship, the 176, you didn't include the 176 Quara. I'm sure it was an oversight. School children, they're still in captivity as well. And I believe it's even way more, in terms of the number of days they've been there. The 50 or so, 40 Borno kids are still in captivity as we speak as well. I just wanted to let you know that. I don't know why someone thinks it's time to celebrate when these are the ones we know. How about the ones we don't know? In the depths of Nasarawa and what have you, there's a lot more. It's just like when you hear about the earthquake, for example, in Venezuela. When you hear this number of people who were killed or were found dead, know that you have to unfortunately, you have to double the amount. So it's what we know, the ones we know that they're talking about. Now, I just want to add to what you've your lineup, Rudolph. You already spoke about dear Orange Man, who's obviously deranged. He's fittingly so the newest referee in town. The death of the Jaden Adams, the 25-year-old South African player. It's a sad one. It's one of the most promising players. If anybody that watched the soccer tournament, and then the Mamdani versus Trump charade continues. You saw what happened. The different speeches that they gave on the 4th. Thank God, Rudolph, me and you were New Yorkers. As an ex-New Yorker, I want people see. I continue to say this is the unraveling of America. It continues to say the quiet part loud. Stay tuned for more as we continue to destroy the hurt. And I continue to educate myself on Iran. We're going to get to that topic hopefully. For those who do not understand what's happening in the world, we think we know what's happening. Forget about what they're telling us. Like Dr. Ogunweze would normally say, all governments lie. It's crazy what's happening beneath, not what the CNN and Foxes are reporting. And then there's the case of Mitch McConnell, who we don't know what's wrong with him, which again points out to the fact of why I understand the idea behind you having this program, how we can relate to what's happening all over the world, not just in Nigeria, and see how we're similar and different at the same time. Because these guys in the Senate and House of Reps, for those who do not know, they enjoy free Medicare and what have you. Mitch McConnell, for example, now is doing what we typically do in Africa and Nigeria, where we don't know what's wrong with him. They not say he's not the first. In other news, you must have seen the news about the 124 Nigerians, call them illegal immigrants, if you will. I suspect you may have seen it. I think I sent it to you on WhatsApp as well. I'm not sure I'm not sure. I don't want to think you missed that. And the crime ranges from mostly what's it called, scam, to even sexual sex assaults, gun throttling, and what have you. As you know, it's ridiculous. That's not to say it's only Nigerians, but I just filtered for it on the website of the Department of State. Was it no of Justice rather? I filtered for you to look at the pictures because I was suspecting I know someone. There's a particular prominent guy there from a prominent family, Olatere Olagbegi. I forgot his first name now. From the popular Olatere Olagbegi family. I found that really not so nice. There's someone that comes from that kind of family, for as an example. Well, whatever, that's on the side. Then there's also the not so small matter of Showore and of course Zainab Sadiq and the ongoing justice. What's that guy's last name? Saga that continues. If this is how we want to continue, and Rudolph, you still believe that we have democracy or we're practicing? Let us continue wasting our time now. We're not when we're ready. You know, some of us continue to say when we're ready, we'll do the right things. That's why I'm fascinated by what the Iranians are doing. Maybe we have to learn from that's our cue. There's no God that's going to come and save us. After the bombing in Sokoto, what have you heard from Trump? We need to understand the dynamics. I keep you on the side. Then the xenophobia continues. I believe flagship has Mr. Tony has mentioned something that has to do with how the Ghanaians rejected the visit by, I believe it was supposed to be exactly, and of course the continual drama that the drama we continue to see in terms of, and the xenophobia is not continuing. In fact, I believe you must have seen what's already going on. They're beginning to suffer the effects out there in South Africa. Maybe if I may add as well, let me see if there's one more thing. Oh, the heat wave made big news again for the climate deniers. It looks like the Oyinbo people are finally enjoying a bit more of what we are already used to, especially in Africa, as an example, and especially in the northern parts of Africa, the Sahel region and what have you. And you see them dying in flies, and I'm like, hey, we've been used to this forever now. Because let me end this way on this issue of climate change, because not just the heat waves, but also fires that continue to sprout up in Spain and what have you. You know, I remember in between January and I think mid 2020, at the height of COVID, there was a report by a group of climatologists about how the ozone layer had healed itself so drastically. And I had this this boss at my job. We're still very close. I was shocked, very well-read guy, when he was telling me that it's all a ruse, because one of these people that like to pride themselves as being, he's more of he's not racist, but he's more tending towards this extreme MAGA belief. But it's just, it baffles me when I see people that are well-read, that are actually, without any evidence, saying certain things that make no sense. Climate change is a thing, and we're seeing the effect. I will continue to see the effect. You can see what's happening in the Arctic poll as well. I'll end it this way for now. Thanks for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Femi. I'll get to everybody. Two more people. Miss James, let me come back to you. I know that it's unfortunate, but welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. I remember William Shakespeare. Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. California had a dream that Caesar, her husband, was stabbed, I think, at the Capitol. So he was persuading the man not to go to the Capitol. But being a brave guy, he disobeyed the woman. The woman told him that, how did she put it? My memory is failing me. Anyway, the point I want to make is,
who is the Caesar? Who is the Caesar in this story, and who is the wife?
No, I'm trying to make a point. Just hold on. You see, I'm growing old now. My memory is failing me. Okay, I remember now. The woman told the lady, told the man, the husband, that when beggars die, there are no comments seen. For the heavens blaze forth the death of princes. Now, my friend, Mr. One Man, failed to realize that among the abductors who have been released, there's a teacher who was killed. The teacher was killed. And I do not know of any Igbo man who has come out openly to support the death of the teacher. You get the point I'm making? Now, he has forgotten even the teacher. He did not mention the death of the teacher, which means that when beggars die, there are no comments seen. I'm sure you get the point I'm making. Yeah, when beggars die, there are no comments seen. A man who is pretending to be more Yoruba than the Yorubas forgot that a teacher, a mathematics teacher for that matter, was killed. And when when the captives were released, nobody is even mentioning anything about the death of the teacher. So in my opinion, they are regarding the teacher to be a beggar who died, going by the words of Kalpona, the wife of Julius Caesar. Anyway, that is that. In South Africa, the country is still burning slowly. Things are not yet stabilized at all, but they're already feeling the impact of the mass exodus of non-indigenous from their country. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much indeed for taking me out to create space for my friend.
Thank you, Mr. James. We don't need to take you out, but if there's need, we do that. Let me come to you, Jagun. Welcome. What are you watching? What stories are you following?
Thank you very much. Good day to the all of this particular side of the media juncture. We support our dear Dr. Damages in his pursuits of fair comment, open play, and indeed good conduct. So I do apologize to anybody who felt somewhat afflicted by my intuitions to have another, how do you put it, the internet bandit to come and tell anybody how to run their show. I couldn't really stand that very much. So my aim was done well in that he has now gone. So to continue with the week, like everybody has said, really, I don't want to take up too much time in speaking about what we are looking at. I think most of us who are somewhat geared into this program and coming here to commentate are gleaming many things. And yeah, I don't want to say what I've gleamed or what I've not gleamed. I myself can't work it out. It comes in such a haze. Sometimes to pick out over 1 week is a lot to depict. So I'm versed on most areas and would like to commentate on many. One thing I would like to say quickly to our dear friend, I hope you're still here, my brother. Sorry, my memory for names is bad. Sorry. Femi. Just to say, it's hot in London, hotter than it's been for a while. And you can almost rely on the weather and know how to dress if you're going out. However, in the heat, there's a beautiful breeze that takes place that keeps us in some kind of comfort. However, again, me that have quite traveled, and I really do love the sun, in that I spent most of my life in the UK. I would put it to you that there is knowledge that weather is being controlled. And I've swum in many waters, oceans, seas. I like swimming, and I like swimming in sea. And the temperature of seas and the way seas behave, I've got an appreciation of them. The River Thames, not the River Thames, I beg your pardon. The Channel, the Mediterranean, the Atlantic, the Indian Ocean. These are areas that I've swum quite heavily in, as these are my areas. The Pacific, in terms of Japan, but not from the American side. So the way I see weather and understanding how weather work, I will tell you that weather today is being manipulated. That is where technology is. So sometimes it may be harsh for us to feel, because in the heat of the UK right now, it's somewhat unnatural. It's as though there's electricity being passed through. Is the only way I can explain it. Now, I don't know that to be an ultimate fact, but I can say living in this country, knowing the summers, knowing the heat of how it gets the rays here compared to other places around the world, I know the summer heat, and there's something in it. It seems to me that is radiating harder in a dry form. So I'll just leave it at that for now as an intention to play on.
All right. Thank you so much.
Rudolph, would you permit me to ask a quick question, please?
Okay, go ahead.
And this is a Jargon. Jargon, good afternoon from Atlanta.
Good afternoon to you, sir.
Yeah, and maybe anybody else in the UK. So with this new heat wave and that's in the UK, Europe, is that going to be, have you heard anything about a change in your weather policies? Are they going to start allowing AC?
Well, yes, there has been talk of Britain not being a very sun-friendly country in terms of its infrastructure and homes and offices. Lack of air conditioning, lack of water piping in so many ways that could cool temperatures here have been spoken about. I'm not sure how far they're going to go down that way. They may well do. Having said that, the way that things are in the UK, especially because this heat wave is going on across the whole of Europe, and the UK is as hot on a natural day in Spain, but it's, as I said, seems to be some heat. I don't know so much whether or not global warming is a real thing. I don't know if it's another procedure whereby they can create policy from and make sense of a narrative. I don't know. But I do suspect, and in that, the UK is only looking at laws of how to keep people inside their homes, rather than anything that would really, I don't know how to put it, offer the people sanctuary from the sun.
All right. Thank you, Jagan.
Thank you.
Oshewekon, did I pronounce it well?
Yeah, it's an good name. It's Sewekan.
Oh.
I'm
Okay.
from Badagry.
Say that again.
Sewekan. Yeah.
Sewekan. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So Se is like God, and then Kan is written, so it means God has written, or God has written it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. The damages. Thank you for coming back again for the betterment of our people and our nation. However, I would like to start by addressing two intertwining issues here. I think that perfectly illustrates what I can only describe as an epidemic of intellectual deficiency that I think is plaguing our governance and also public discourse. Because when we come together like this and then you pay attention, key attention, by the way, to the way some people look at issues affecting the populace, you see that we have a particular kind of problem as a people of Nigeria. And first, let's look at the sheer hypocrisy of this Tinubu administration regarding this Oyo people and these school children. So you're telling me that after 55 days of captivity of these people, innocent Nigerians, the moment these children were free, right? The presidency and the military of Nigeria, what did they do? They rushed to deploy their public relation machineries. And they paraded these deeply traumatized children. That's the first thing they did, parading them in front of cameras, feeding them snacks.
Right.
And, choreographing them in public display of gratitude on your mandate, which shall stand. Bullshit. And the commander-in-chief was, just to score some cheap political accolades, And yet, we have a presidency in Nigeria that explicitly stated that this rescue was as a result of massive, underline the word massive, military standoff. And we know what that means in military terms. And that 8 terrorists were captured alive. And that currently, they are in the custody of the DSS. My question is, where are the faces of the criminals that committed these heinous crimes? Where are the faces in the same community when things like this happen? The first thing that has been shown on our TV are the faces of the people committing the crimes, not the faces of these traumatized people. They need urgent help. But what do we see? We see them parading these innocent people, having them to sing accolade. Why is the Tinubu people so engrossed with public show of worship? They are so drunk on public applause, on charade of gratitude, magnificent. And that's what we see in Nigeria. And then we, in any civilized society, like I always say, probably because I've been blessed to have been around the beach, but when a state dismantles a major terrorist network, the first thing that they present to the people is the suspects and then the empirical evidence to the public of because we deserve to know so that we can build an institutional trust. But in Nigeria, the state exposes the faces of the vulnerable people and keep the major people that are committing the crimes, they keep them in like some sanctuary disposition where nobody can talk to them. If you can't, you don't even know these people. You see, but then again, we are told that investigations are going on, which historically it just comes to mind again and again, the problem of the Nigerian governance. But secondly, right, like I want to say, or perhaps even more alarming in this occasion for me, is the rationale behind the commentary I've seen on this platform right now, particularly by this other guy, D1 or D1. It's ridiculous because you came here and you're commenting that people wanted to see those children unalive. That is ridiculous of you to even think. I know you see here on the platform, and then you all of a sudden attach Peter Obi. What has Peter Obi got to do with this issue? What has Peter Obi got to do with this issue? And this goes again to tell us to help us understand and to see visibly the sheer depth of intellectual and moral bankruptcy of our people today. And that statement should worry us that someone could come here and say that and it was so emphatic. He said that without any form of ambiguity, categorically, that he knows that people are happy. It's crazy to me. With no form of remorse to say that he knows. And in epistemology, when you claim you know as an epistemic agent, it's a big statement. That you know, meaning you've carried out a survey and you're sure that these people gladly will be happy to see these innocent people being unalived. So we can see what we are dealing with in Nigeria. It's not just the government, it's also the people that have been messed up mentally. And it's one thing to be ignorant. It's another thing to publicly and shamefully advertise your ignorance on public platforms. Coming from an elder like that, it's shameful, it's ridiculous, it's despicable, abhorrent. So I'm worried, I'm scared for the kind of followers and people following and listening to that young man. And is he even aware that Peter Obi released an official letter or something about this issue? What's it called? Around 8 a.m. this morning, Peter Obi released a statement on that, expressing profound relief on this issue. So just to score some political points, we can say anything. That's how morally bankrupt we are as a people. And what also pains me is the way when you go to Lagos today, you go to some of our cities in the southwest today, you see our young viable youth. They are on all sorts of things they are taking, and we are being weaponized with education in Nigeria. We are in a system where 11,000 schools have been closed in Nigeria today as we speak. Many of our children will not be writing JAMB and WAEC this year because of insecurity. education is being weaponized by this same government that send their kids to US and UK to go study. And we have people constantly trying to make this all about politics. America had the 250 years celebration a few days ago. I'm sorry, I'm putting this in. But what America is celebrating is the legacy of their founding fathers. It's the legacy of their founding fathers. So what are we building for the people to come? Not everybody will have the opportunity to escape Nigeria to go study. And then you have someone here categorically saying, unequivocally saying, that he knows that people are happy, that people will be unalived. That is hilarious. Sadly so. People like that should be condemned. So, please, next time we have people like that on the show, please, for the sake of sanity, put them to order. I rest it here for now. Thank you.
Rudolph, please, sorry to interrupt you. I do not like to do this. I just remember that girl that died in the bombing in Ukraine.
Oh yeah,
medical
students.
I just could not help but mention that. Yeah. All
right, thank you. Sully, go ahead before I call KJ. 2 minutes.
Yeah. So all these sanctimonious, speeches, maybe it's the past I could buy it before. To act like there are people that I'm not saying all Igbo people. I'm not like in one man took it. I feel like he was just looking for attention, but to say that they are not certain obedience or certain VDM supporters, that were happy that those people were abducted because it favored their narrative, or there are some of those OB supporters and VDM supporters that are not happy that those people were rescued. All these sanctimonious acts will not work for anybody anymore. It will only work for OB supporters and VDM supporters, and those people are online warriors. They will never come out on ground to make any change. To be acting oblivious every time is very manipulative. We know how Nigerians are, especially Nigerians in Nigeria. These are the kind of things that they celebrate if it feels like it is in their favor currently. These are the same people that favored social media people, arresting people just for insult, until government started arresting people for insult. We know the behavior of the average Nigerian, right? When you are coming here and you are acting sanctimonious, we are just seeing through all your manipulative tactics. If you cannot play politics properly, insulting people and pretending to be good will not work for you. That is an advice that normally I know you will not listen to, but keep on doing the same thing and expecting different results.
All right, thank you. KJ.
I object, please. I object. I have to object. You see, in this world, no matter where you are, Nigeria always pretends to be a special case of humanity. It's only a special case of humanity in the stupidity that we have as a people. Now, where you may want to claim that Igbos, especially, are celebrating the recovery of other human beings in the country who are Yoruba, by the way, that is the same game. That is getting into the same game. I think you might be confused with your rhetoric. What it is that Igbos are human beings as well. And for you to be propagating in any which way that somehow they are not, no matter their proclivities, no matter their nature, no matter their culture or way of life, they are human beings. So for you to tell me that there are human beings out there who celebrate just by that, the celebration, and that is the best thing about them, or that is to be noted about them, or that is what we should see about the, that is the same game. That is the same game that we're playing. We're playing the game of we should be enemies of ourselves. We're right next to each other. Let's propagate becoming enemies of ourselves. That's the way forward. Rubbish. How dare you? You're not thinking. I'm quite ashamed that the utterances come out of your mouth, Solly. I thought you were a better inclined individual. I'm sorry, I haven't finished. I didn't disturb you once. I listened to everything you said carefully. And as you were speaking, I'm afraid you were conflating issues in such an appalling fashion that it tells me you're youth. It tells me that you're a young boy that doesn't really understand that they're trying to destroy Nigeria, one way or the other. They're trying to destroy this place. And you want to now start getting into the game of politics, politics. Rubbish! How dare you? There are human lives that are going on right now. That's what we're all fighting. We're fighting for our lives. No matter where we are as Nigerians, that's what we're fighting for. So I'm afraid this belittling that you do, that says that we should pay attention over here more than we pay attention to what is positive and brings us together, it's disgraceful, I'm afraid. I thank you.
All right. Sorry, hold on.
Just 1 minute, please. You know, when you started your speech, I was wondering who you were talking to. I never mentioned Igbos. I mentioned obedience and very dark man supporters.
Truly, I'll give you that.
Okay, if you believe I'm talking about Igbos, very dark man has Yoruba supporters. Obedience have Yoruba supporters. That is why I specifically mentioned that. I did not say all people. I told you that one man took it out of context. Him saying
what I had to say still stands. Whilst I give you your comments and verses, what I just had to say stands.
Yeah. But what you are portraying is that I'm targeting the Igbos. If you
what I'm portraying, sir, is that we as Nigerians on this platform, all of us have a responsibility of good and fair conduct and good, honest speech, no matter how we may disagree. But the thing is that we are doing all here as Nigerians, those who wanted to stay together, those who have given up the race. We are saying that, look, this is a critical time. What we mention, what we speak about, what we focus upon has to be the news, our news that we are putting out there. We have to focus on the light, because nobody is comfortable. Nobody who is called Nigerian is comfortable. None of us within our own small areas. So in that, those of us who still believe, who are coming here to speak facts to facts, we have to propagate a brighter future, a brighter understanding, a loving disposition, not hate, fear, and all this rubbish. How can you just keep people in fear? That's not going to do for anybody. You know, I always say that the way Nigerians bring up their children, they put fear into them as opposed to taking it out and making sure that the confidence, the natural confidence that we have as Nigerians is what is expressed in this world. As opposed to fear. Oh, you can't do that. Oh, oh my God. You see, if you want to critique any Nigerian, look inside your own family. You critique them all day, forever. About you want to say, those people pointing fingers. Nah, I don't accept it.
All right, thank you. Let me. No. We have to move. We have to move on.
No. Just a minute, please. Just a minute. Because I think solely was trying to respond to what I said earlier. Just a minute.
So I can hold on. I just
want to just quickly, Mr. Jagun, Nigeria is not rainbows. You cannot wish it the best. You deal with reality. If you believe that what I'm saying is wrong, I would just encourage you to go on this social media platform with real Nigerians, not the ones living abroad, the ones living in Nigeria. And when you see posts like this, I want you to read through all majority of the comments. You can go to Today Not page. You can go to Gossip News page. These people are not paid bots. These people are real life people. And you will see that majority of the comment section, over 90 to 95% of this, were celebrating when those people were kidnapped. They were also questioning. And some of them were angry when those children were rescued.
I think we've had the conversation. We're going round and round now. We should move on.
No. I'm going to put...
Because you're repeating yourself. Everything you're saying, I've heard. And that is my response. That's the end.
Yes, but your response has no reality to back it up. I have reality, the reality and real life that I'm dealing with, not the rainbows and sunshine. You go there, you look at the comment section, and you are expecting me to ignore the reality on ground. And someone is trying to bring a manipulative reality, and you expect me not to
My reality is I'll just end on this. I understand what he's saying. My reality is based on real life, not on the internet.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Jagan. Let me go to KJ. But just before I do that, just so we don't forget, I understand what Sully is trying to say. I've not thought about it that way, but it made me to think about something. So, Sully, you're talking about comments on certain platforms, and I do see these comments. If you post videos out there, you see comments that people post. And sometimes one side will just come after a particular post, depending on who is. If you go to Bayo Onanuga's post, you see the comments there. But that doesn't represent anything, any group. It's not scientific. Why am I saying that? So, for instance, if you want to talk about people who support P2B, they are not represented by the comments of some people who might be attacking Bayo Onanuga for whatever he is posting there. There are people who support P2B who may not like that. And if you want, like there are people, one man talking about people from the Southeast, I'm thinking about, people I have in the village where I come from. They don't even understand that the division. My grandmother, for instance, when she was alive, she did not understand the issue. All she says is that these are black people and they are white people. She doesn't understand this concept she did not then understand this concept of Nigeria, where you have Yoruba, Hausa. So sometimes we generalize. I think that's what we do a lot. We generalize about any group. It doesn't matter what group, even people who are here. We don't agree on everything. So for somebody to come here and say that all of you here, that you are this way or that way, that's wrong. And that's my issue with what one man is or has been doing or going about saying in terms of generalize over a group. I don't care what group. Even in one family, we don't agree. So for somebody to say because of a representation of a group by people online are different from people supporting any group, people there was one last thing I would say before I go to KJ. There was something that we were discussing about in my hometown, and somebody came out and said 90% of people, this was online, support this, but people are now trying to. But I said to him, there are people in the villages who are not online. They don't see what we are discussing here. But you are saying that 90% of people from our hometown are in support of this. It's not scientific. So we have to be careful when we generalize, when we're down because of what we're seeing. Most likely, if someone like Bayo says something, of course, the people that will come there and comment. If someone like Reno says something, the people that will come there and comment. So the same way, if P2B says something, you see people that will come there to comment. Some of them are not paid. Some of them, that's all they understand. Some of them don't have the kind of awareness that most of us have here. So we have to work with people we have, but we don't jump into a lot of conclusion based on samples that are not representative of the wider society. That's all I want to say. KJ, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph, and every person who is here. I really appreciate you guys. And like Frank Ulize would say those days, it's 9 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? And Frank Ulize of NTA. Well, that's what I'm going to be saying today. I mean, have we been able to look at where the trajectory of Nigeria is pointing to and how and where we all stand? I cannot but agree with Oswakan. Is it Oswakan? Okay, well, I'm sorry, my brother, if I'm more than
don't murder my name, but no,
sorry. But I totally agree with your submission and that of Jagun. Listen, you see, just like Rudolph has said, sometimes we allow ourselves to be carried away by some people, some partial submission of what people say as to represent the whole Nigeria and what people are saying as Nigerians. It doesn't necessarily be so. And we must understand this, just like Jabu said, this politics of division. And this is the reason why, some of you who stay follow or who knew me when I came into this platform, I was a very, very balanced Nigeria until I realized that everything that he said to just put one section of Nigeria down. And nothing those people say that's ever true, except what the other people are saying. For instance, in Nigeria, you can be Arewa, they're calling Nigeria, the northern Nigeria Arewa, has been on for almost since Nigeria became independent. It's not a problem to say they are Arewa. We Arewa, they keep saying to themselves. You saying Oduduwa, calling on people from the southwest, Oduduwa Republic, Oduduwa Nation. It's not a problem. Until when you say, we Biafrans, then heaven is let loose. Everybody comes after you with a chisel, with a knife, you know. And this has been going on. I grew up in the north and I faced this thing. In fact, to the point that one of my teachers once said I should change my Igbo name and make it answer my English name so that I don't have to have too many attacks. I said, no, I'm not going to do that. Okay, they almost convinced me to think that being Igbo was a curse. Okay, as a child, imagine telling a child that people are just troublemakers, and everything that goes wrong in the school, you are the one. Growing up, I refused to follow my friends. So, there used to be this thing they do those days. When you go, they used to have large farm of sugarcane. Some of my friends used to go, there and pluck some and eat because it was right behind the estate we were living. I never used to follow them because I know that the day I go follow them, I will be the one who will be figured out. And that exactly is what happened. The day I followed them, even though I have not even got to the farm, I was the one who the whole buck rested with me. It was my house, everybody ran to. They say, oh, that Igbo boy, he's the one who leads the... It's just one of my friends who is of blessed memory, who said, no, this guy doesn't even follow us. So how come people are saying, is that Igbo boy? We have been going there by ourselves. He didn't even used to follow us. So what am I trying to say? It become a problem for you to answer IGBO, in Nigeria. Having said that, the politics of Nigeria have taken a very damaging and very dangerous trend, I must say. If you follow the politics in Nigeria and what has been going on, I don't even know how we got to the point of saying some people are celebrating or not happy that these children are released. Okay. Because in the first place, the person who led the if we have to believe the military narrative, the person who led the rescue mission is an Igbo man, he's an Igbo general, So I don't know where we get these things from, because humanity is gradually eluding us in Nigeria. That's the right word, eluding us. Because Rudolph, you know what happened in the United States, like the last 3 days. The guy who went on the 4th of July, those young man and his friends who went to a certain island and he never came back alive. That has enveloped the whole country. And the analysis I have, especially, is coming from even the Caucasian guys saying, look, there's more to this. We must investigate this. Why some people are trying to, play certain cards and say, no, nothing happened. It just, this. In fact, the analysis I have, I wanted to send it to you. The lady punctured line on all the evidence so far presented. Just puncturing lines on all the evidence presented by the surviving children who are also her color. She didn't go to say, no, she punctured hole and said, this thing must be fully investigated and, the truth must come out of it. One person, the whole country is gone, one person. But ours, instead of looking for how to, either rescue the rest of them, just like Femi has said, who are still in captivity, we are rather even debating. We are even wanting to celebrate. In fact, the whole of the town of Oyo went alive in the night when this thing was reported. What are we saying? These children have spent over 50 days in captivity. Some of them, Rudolph, may never, and I repeat the word, may never recover from this trauma they've gone through. Some. Okay? And yet, certain individuals feel it's time for us to celebrate. Is that what we expect of a government whose primary duty, first, is the protection of life and property? If you can't do it, get off the kitchen so as somebody who can cook better will get in there. But when you say that, look at and what am I even saying? Look at the honorable member of the House who was saying that he was making a very valid point. The whole House was shouting him to sit down. Una think say una get country. What are we saying? Una think say una get country. Somebody is saying that any terrorists who have killed someone do not deserve to live. And the whole house of representatives was saying, sit down, shut up, sit down. That's all their concern, including the man wearing an Igbo cap was shouting, sit down. And you guys think we are having a country? You guys think it's going to get better? No. Let's face the fact. And for those who think maybe every time we Igbo talk, we always criticize the rest. No, we're also criticizing our people. We criticize our people more than we criticize you guys. Because in my community where I come from, we don't condone evil. We don't even respect you because you have money. Go and find out. I'm from Ben, the local government. Who's Ojo Zokali is from my senator. We don't respect him. Ask anybody who comes from Bende. It's not there. You see, so we know these things. We don't celebrate people. We celebrate people who have character, who you can say these people are human beings. That's the people we celebrate. Those are our leaders. If you want to know who are Igbo leaders, they don't even come out in the open to speak. Why am I bringing this in? I'm saying to say that there's not going to be any time we will be celebrating children who are innocent, saying that for them, because, what as anybody will say, how will BVN, who is rescuing children, or P2B, who is also appealing that people should play the politics in the right way, be supporting anybody, or his people with the ones celebrating evil that's going on in Nigeria? It won't happen. It will not be true, and that's what we probably call in philosophy and philosophy and logic. Fallacy. It's not based on science, not based on any research. I have much to say, but look, guys, let us face the truth. We don't have a nation. We don't have a country. We are just constantly, how do you say it now? I don't know, maybe just, they arouse ourselves totally. Not because anything is going to change. The people who are there are still going to be there. Okay? Not because, see, and I mean this, and hold on, sorry, that's where I will end. I said on this channel why I stopped joining, because I used to be an activist. I mean, much more activist than this one. Why I stopped is because I realized that the Nigerian people are not behind you. You see Shore doing all this, what he's doing. If tomorrow we find Shore and we don't see him, nobody, after 3 days, everybody will go on their way. No other country on earth that their government will take the resources and be, accessorizing themselves, and people will go on their normal business, say, leave them, now God go hold them. No, none. So when you look at even these people in South Africa telling us to go home, they are saying that because they realize that we can't even, which country, the former president, Zuma, why did they remove him from office? What did he do? Even though he was a very important member of ANC. Why? Because he took $14,000 to add to his house. But in Nigeria, 21 trillion, 210 trillion is missing. Nobody's going up, nobody's going to the street to say, no, this money must come back. Nobody. So what are we going to do to bring that forum? They'll bring us to that forum where we can all press in to say we are building a nation. It is not there, and that's why I like to conclude. We have all been, fragmented into religions and tribes. We might as well just divide, and they will go into a confederation. Let everybody go and develop their side. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, KJ. Hopefully, we'll be able to start the show properly now. Sully, what do you want to say?
Okay, I'm just responding to what Mr. KJ said, and you are talking about what happened, and they were shouting on that man. Well, first of all, what I remember about them shouting on the man was because they invited the president there, right, for questioning, and we all know that all of them are in the pocket. So they are not shouting, because they are trying to protect Nigeria and saying they should stop taking care of the terrorists and whatever. So I don't know. I'm not sure about that information that you gave. And then you included an Igbo man with red cap, saying even an Igbo man is shouting at him. What you don't seem to understand is that power has shifted from the north to the south because of Tinubu. Your politicians have caught on, but it seems most of the people, they refuse to catch on and take advantage of the moment, or they don't want to catch on. That is what you saw happening in that place. Because when Buhari was president, that could have never happened. everybody was buying down to people in the north. And then you gave an example of nobody celebrating somebody like Orji Uzor Kalu. At the end of the day, Orji Uzor Kalu was still your senator. Who put him there? No other person could have put him there except for your people. So that means some of your people supported him, whether you like him or not. So let's not have sanctimonious. You may not celebrate him, but your people pushed him there and they put him there. Then when somebody is telling me that I should not talk about all these things, is going to create division. Somebody in this comment section literally said they found healthy looking kids for that video up. Basically saying that the kids were not rescued, that they made fake video just to show Nigerians. And these are the kind of things that I'm seeing and I'm talking about, and people are still insulting me. After saying something like that, and I call it out, they still bully me on top it. They bully
Rudolph, can we start the show? It's solely the host. It's solely the host. This is what pisses me off. Because when it's my time now, you're gonna cut me off.
Actually, thank you, Prince, for speaking.
Can you respect yourself? You are so angry that I'm calling out being bullied, and you don't want me to continue to say the truth. I'm literally telling you what is happening right here in real time. You don't care about what is happening. They've insulted my father, they've insulted my mother, they've insulted me just for telling the truth, and you are attacking me because I'm saying the truth. You will never address those comments, and that is my problem. I will not keep quiet and let you roll me over, just like because you do it to your people. You're not going to do that to me. Don't come here and try those kind of things. You try me, I will call it out every single time. I may not win, but I'll show people the kind of shit you guys do.
All right, thank you, Solly.
If you don't like it,
Rudolph, I've got a question for you.
If you don't like the truth, tell them to stop.
All right.
Simple as that. Why do you refuse to address them?
Hold on, Rudolph.
No, KJ, no.
No, I just want to say.
No, we have to start somehow. Prince Akwachi, thank you so much for speaking. I actually forgot about you. I didn't know that you were here. But welcome to the show. And I'll give you 2 minutes to speak before we start. And then Flagship, I want to hear what you want to say. Go ahead, Akwachi.
So now you're giving me 2 minutes, but that one has spoken about over 10 minutes, ranting up and down. You see, one thing is this, okay? I'm not here to kind of like exchange words with Solly, because I've looked at it, you know, as much as I respect even my children, I respect them, so I will not call him a child. You know, his reasoning sometimes baffles me. I'm not gonna go back to repeat what one man went to Mo all said and all that kind of a thing. What I was looking forward to before I even, you know, for me to come on the platform was to even see Kulata, shameless Kulata, that wants to talk about the airport shenanigan. Let's come on here and talk about the airport shenanigan. First and foremost, the propaganda video released by their shameless and useless aviation minister, who have turned himself from minister to now an aviation spokesperson and propagandist. This is someone whose family is right here in Florida, who comes to America from time to time. Has he ever in Florida airport have his car locked because something or whatever for any offense? If somebody did something, the best bet to do it is to give him citation. That's all. The citation either to pay or show himself in court. Let him come and defend himself how it happened or what it is that happened. But then what would they do? Because the man mentioned it, all they want to do is to release a video. And in their video, they said 30 minutes, while the timeline on the video said when you do the calculation, it's just 6 minutes and all that stuff. And upon that, he tried to hide other cars, but he didn't know that the initial video has already shown the cars, other cars that were parked there. So did they also lock up those other cars? Because that's one thing I want to know. And what the man is saying is not saying what they did is not right or whatever, but what he's saying is that when it is that his car is singled out to be locked, and when he was even telling them the way they were snubbing him, the way they just like, who doesn't know P2B? Or who will see, even if today, if I see Festus Keyamo in US, I'll know who he is. But the way they said it nonchalantly, talking. What is 25,000? 25,000 is nothing. It's not even up to a snack that I'll buy for kids. And somebody will just, bring up all those propaganda videos. Let me touch on a little bit on the rescue. On the rescue, they just released the propaganda video, and from what we saw, we didn't even see the action. All we saw, before you know it, we saw the kids in the bus. And what were they wearing? They were wearing ashebi. Look at them. Most of them were wearing same clothes. Same clothes. And they told us it's rescue. We believe, whatever it is, my gladness is that those kids were released, and it was released based on the interview that Peter B gave, when he said that Sheyi Makinde told him that the president had never called him. It became a problem for them. They started talking. And then the Minister of Defense, first and foremost, he said, that the terrorists were using the kids as a shield and all that kind of a thing. And then he went back again, the same, after 2 days. He went to the the police, state police thing, and he said, that the country cannot shoot themselves out of terrorism. What a hypocrite. Okay, sometimes when we talk about Nigeria here, sometimes I kind of wonder the kind of, would I say the kind of that go through all these propagandists. Solely, wake up. VDM didn't do anything to you. Obedience didn't do anything to you. Okay, wake up. They are not your problem. They are not your president. If there is anything going wrong in Nigeria, let's talk about it. But don't ascribe it to any other person. In as much as I have my political differences with Chowere, but I will not come here and make Chowere the center of all my talks every day. Wake up from it. That's all I can say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prince. Flagship.
Oh, well, Rudolph, I wanted to ask you a question. I've had this belief that your platform is set up and you're doing some kind of research or social experiment.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense now. Okay, well, I guess.
But it's true, but it's informal. It's not like I don't have any grant to make hopefully my goal is that generations to come, I'm thinking about, we are preserving the videos. So maybe 50 years from now, some people will come back and look at what we did and look at, different characters, what they were thinking. Because we represent whatever group we think about. Some people are saying that I don't think Dr. Damaji is an Igbo man. And we represent all of us, we represent some thousands of people in Nigeria, whoever you are, whatever viewpoint you have. So somebody will still have something to work with, yeah, that's my hope.
Well, I guess that rests what I was going to say. It makes sense to me. So I'll keep what I was going to say.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the fact that people speak freely here. And that's really my goal. And I hear feedback from people. Sometimes I encourage it. I encourage people to weigh in on what other people are saying. Because I hope by having this conversation, we review our positions. I do review my positions. Sometimes people come after me and say, why are you doing this? I do review my positions. But I think over time, sometimes you have to give things time. Over time, people will begin to see there's a reason, there's sense in this madness. There's method in the madness of what we say. All right. So we've done enough about this topic, but there's one aspect that we haven't touched, which is the part that the government of Nigeria did not see it necessary to talk to the people. Think about this. This is America or even UK or Ghana. It's an opportunity for the president to speak to Nigeria, the people of the country, and say, look, we got them. We freed the kids. We did this. The lack of information being able to provide information to the people is shocking. Even when it's to their own advantage. I don't understand people who are advising the government. And then this idea, because when there's no information, you find all these rumors and all these people thinking in a certain direction. People are now making an issue about who commanded the people, the officers that freed them. It wouldn't have been important. But because there's no information and people are making up stories and telling you that people are celebrating and, I don't understand. But, I want somebody, if anybody has anything to add to this topic before we move on to something else.
Well, let me add this to it. And I think that for me was the most concerning part. Although I know that the government has a history of not talking to its people, regardless. I mean, an earthquake could happen and the whole of Nigeria swallowed, and the presidency will not issue a statement, not address their people. So it's a very sickening common practice that is devoid of what true democracy is. Of course, we know what is being practiced in Nigeria is not democracy because the people are not involved in any aspect of governance in Nigeria. So with this case of these kids, it's kind of beggars belief right now when you look at it. How did you get the measurements of these children to sew those clothes that they have? Where were the journalists that were there when these kids were being extracted from the forest? Who actually has force? There's a whole myriad of questions that are coming up now. I thought I heard the Chief of Defense Staff, was it on Tuesday, Wednesday, sometime this week, was saying that it's difficult for them to advance to where the kids were because the terrorists, the killers said if they come close, they'll start killing the kids. So how did that change, in 2 days? What's his name? Schreiber was in the White, what do you call it? Aso Rock on Friday. And the next day we're hearing that the kids there's a whole lot of questions. And I think whatever game they are trying to play, they are not doing good at it. It's very, very poorly written, the script. And it's making them look very silly, in my opinion. Time will tell. I think people will begin to want to interview the lady, the kids, to get the right information. And that will tell if actually those are the kids or if they are not. And lastly, I want to say this to Nigerian media space. I think it's very shameful and preposterous to put victims like these kids on the screens of the world to see when they've just been released from that very horrific experience. They should have protected the identity of these children. They should not be the first to be seen and being fed cabin biscuit or whatever it was that is demeaning, is degrading. I don't know how they think and process this information. So if they can find a way to begin to refine how they broadcast this kind of information, protect these little ones, most especially when they are vulnerable. The picture really doesn't help that they are out and you're feeding them biscuit and some broadcasters are saying, oh, look at the way they're just eating it like they've not eaten for years. It's very disrespectful and it makes the profession look very immature. They need to revise how they do these things.
Is it the profession or is it the government? Somebody, what are you thinking that is the government that allowed the media to get that?
But even at that, CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, and the rest of them, when they catch these kind of photos, they blur them.
Yeah. So
even if the government allow you to be there, you should be smart enough to know that the faces of these kids should not be put out in public. There's discretion. There are ways to do that.
So, Rudolph, if you allow me, what Flagship trying to say is this: there's an ethic of the profession, especially when it has to do with recording individuals that are minor, because you don't know what tomorrow will be, and so you are there's a lot of discretion that is taken Now, in this case, for instance, like what the question one of them said, look at how they're eating as if they're not. Have they been eating before? Do you know what they've been eating? They have been away for 52 days or thereabout. How do you know what they've been eating or they've not been eating? Is that a question? So you see, this thing started a long time ago. Well, some of us were trying to say, look, we need more training for our media people. And those of them, especially this major media you see in Nigeria, they refuse to be trained. I can say that without any fear of contradiction. Okay? They just go. I remember one report somebody did, and a lady was having an operation in a place that's not good. I mean, I don't want to say it. Okay, and then somebody just goes to, you want to talk about the story, just carry the your equipment and your reporter, go just enter the studio, and somebody who is already supposed to be operated on, you are showing all the parts of our body. Are you crazy? So, and that's because the person and the reporter and the cameraman and whoever is on scene on the site do not know. Okay, and the government, in order to score very cheap points, the first thing they do is to run these things on their own media, and they think they are doing anybody a favor. For instance, what he said, why are they wearing ashobi? If they've been rescued, if they just been rescued, but all of them they are wearing ashobi. Where their ashobi come from? When they get kidnapped, do they now distribute ashobi to all the people? So you see that there's so many things that are not being told, and nobody, no Nigerian media person is putting their feet to the fire. Okay, no Nigerian person is. In fact, last week, if you ask me, I was so annoyed with Shehu because Shehu was asking a question. You are sitting in front of the man who introduced Boko Haram into the Nigerian lexicon, and you couldn't put him on the spot. It was so painful for me watching. You couldn't put him on the spot. Your station alone have enough record to put him on the spot so that whatever he was saying, shouldn't be said. But you allowed him to get away with it and to even make you look as if you don't even know what your work is as a journalist. So it leaves two questions. Are you being told not what to say, or is it just you have been bought over also? You're only more concerned about Obi. The same Obi that came there though. Every day people are calling Obi. What is the reason? So you find out that the whole thing is skewed towards one individual to get an end has already been predetermined by these individuals. And I leave it at that. But it leaves more to be desired. That's the truth.
All right. Thank you so much, KJ. Dexter, I see you, but we have to kind of move forward a little bit. Let's talk about P2B because it's been coming up, and let me play this video.
Cool. Sorry. I'm moving well. What are they going to do now? Right. Sorry. People are going to kill me on the internet. Okay, so you don't. So the answer to the question is, you believe that your coalition is even bigger because people have seen the results of the last election. That's your point. I don't want to laugh. Okay, final question. Judy. Right. Those who have business. The whole studio is cracking up. The whole studio is cracking up. The whole studio, my crew is cracking up. Right. People had business. When he came into power, have collapsed. Oh, it's not funny. Yeah. They've collapsed. They're not people who are selling
All right, that's not the clip I wanted to play. The clip I wanted to play was where he was complaining about his business and that he was under attack, that people are being, most of you have seen it. I'll find it before we. So I want us to start from that point. And he talked about an incident at the airport where he went to the airport and the vehicle he went with was what did they say? Was it ticket? No, they didn't give him a ticket, but they clamped the tires.
They locked the tires.
They locked the tires. Okay.
Yes.
So let's start with Dexter. Dexter, welcome to the show. So the question is the bigger question is about the opposition and how the government is treating the opposition. I think yesterday night we saw what's his name, Festus Keyamo, try to explain what happened at the airport. He showed videos, CCTV camera of videos of what happened. Dexter, have you been able to, are you following that story? Okay, so welcome to the show. Let's start that. Talk about P2B in general if you want to, but narrow it down to the complaint about how he's being treated by the government.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, Dr. Damages, and everybody on the show. First of all, before I touch on that, I think the more I listen to the Nigerian story, I think I'm kind of aligned to what Mr. James is saying. Maybe we are whipping a dead horse on Nigeria, as much as some of us really want it to work. Because if you look at even if it ties to the Peter Obi story, there's a lack of objectivity among us Nigerians, and it's more like an entitled thing. We feel like we're entitled to have Nigeria, whether it works or not. You know, we don't believe we have to work hard to make it a great nation. And that's why you see that, in quotes, sane people that you expect to be sane cannot rationalize things, and that people will start drifting towards bigotry when we are supposed to think about the overall good of the country. America rescued a fighter pilot from Iran. Nobody knows his face. Nobody knows his face. To see a government that can't even think about the security of those kids, why would you? Do you know what you're exposing those kids to? In the next 10 years, somebody, were you not a kidnapped child? Isn't that it just shows that, do we really think? Are we a thinking people? Are we a thinking people? Because, and why I feel very bad about it is that the next generation is towing that line. The younger people are towing the same line. And you have younger people that have gone to the Western world but still can't think about, what are we doing? You rescued some kids that were kidnapped, and the first thing you want to do is to show their faces. What are you subjecting them to? What exactly are you subjecting them to? So it's a sad situation, because maybe we are whipping a dead horse. And I know we have the proponents of one Nigeria. It's not about one Nigeria. It's about whether is the system working, and is it working justiciable for everybody. That ties to the Peter Obi story. What Peter Obi was saying in that video is that you had other people's cars there. Other people were parked. Nobody was stopping them. And then he stopped his car. So we feel, okay, fine. That's what you were just trying to show is the disproportionality in things. Now, the biggest fear with this administration, with these people, is you have a people that are failing, and it's just like someone like your kid is failing, and you go tell the neighbors your kid is passing. That's exactly what's happening. Your kid is failing in school, but then you tell your child, don't tell that to anybody. You lie about it. You make the child to start believing that failure that he's failing, actually he's not failing, that he's actually passing. And you tell him to carry. That is what we have created in Nigeria. And if you look at even the school system, you have parents that know their children can't do well. They go cheat for their children. They make sure that the children get into where the children are not productive. I think the guy from Futa Wave said something like that. Nigerians can't build anything. The generation you have in Nigeria, there's no tenacity. You don't have it. And because of the it's not, listen, when somebody, if you're trying to keep somebody down, you will stay down yourself. That's the truth. And some people think it's about tribe. The reason why Peter Obi is getting all this slack he's getting is because he's an Igbo man. That is the simple truth. that is the simple truth. And whether we like it or not, there was a civil war in Nigeria. 2 major tribes against 1 major tribe. And whether you like it or not, after wars, there is spoils of war. We might not want to accept it, but that is how the war works. So the spoils of war have to go to some people. And for some people, they don't. And since we are not a thinking people are thinking, oh, let us make a integration system. We're not thinking like that. You have a generation of people that are thinking, no, we must be the ones that must hold things down, and it just making a shame. It's just making a shame of the situation. So I think we have to, because when we come here, we must show that we are thinking. Because it cannot be that this is how bad it is. And we just accept. Imagine put this, just map the Nigerian situation in your house. Would you accept it if you were the one? If you had a company, just map Nigeria on top of it. After 50 years, you would stop the company. You won't do that. So maybe, I'm not an advocate for breaking up Nigeria, but if something is not working, you can't reinforce it. I know you have some people that want to believe that, Nigeria will work. No, there's this idea of not accepting. Maybe it's an African thing. Maybe it's this African thing of holding on to some ancestral thing that is rubbish. Maybe that's the problem. Because it's not working. Look, it's not like if it's not working for anybody that wants to deceive himself, it's not working. It's not working for the guys in Edo State. It's not working for the guys in Kafanchan. It's not working for the guys in Bro. It's not working. It's absolutely not working. It only works for the guys in power and their cronies. Simple. So, I have this sympathy for Peter Obi because maybe the man is genuinely trying to change something that is not even working. Maybe he's just wasting his time. That's the sympathy I have. Because you have the people that maybe he's even trying to help. They don't even know that he's trying to help them. And they are thinking, the politicians have sold the idea of bigotry to them. And for you to even have people in this generation still buying into bigotry, it's shameful. And this why it's very shameful that you have some Africans. Look, like the South African story, we're not different. We are not different from the South Africans. Because you can see that you have some Nigerians, once it comes about, they don't care. They don't care. So maybe Peter will be, yes, it's a sad situation and we must all stand up to it. We must all stand up for him, not because we support him, but because tomorrow we might be in the same situation. You might go to Nigeria, you see other people parking, you park your car, maybe you will not even know because you saw other people parking, you park your car, they clamp you. That kind of thing has happened to me before. Yes, you see other people parking, you park your car, they clamp you. Why are they clamping you? When other people are doing the same thing. So we must go for a justiciable society. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me come to Mr. James. I'm not sure you're following the story, the airport incident. Kayamo gave Peter Obi 7 days ultimatum to apologize or have, he didn't say what the punishment would be, apologize and pay 25,000 naira fine or something will happen. So go ahead, Mr. James.
Well, I will not be able to discuss this issue because I'm neither obedient nor disobedient. I don't know much of this guy. Frankly speaking, I don't know much of him. So,
go ahead.
Yeah, so I was saying, I don't know much of him. Can they allow either KJ or Mr. Jagun to consume my time?
All right. Let's see. Okay, let me bring back. I'll come back to you, KJ and Jagun. But let me go to Akwachi Prince. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So, what do you know about the story? What is wrong with what Keyamo was saying?
So what Keyamo is saying from the video he released, first and foremost, you will see that there were a lot of vehicles parking, right? And then all of a sudden, after some time, he said, oh, that he became a commentator. Surprisingly, he became a commentator. If it's a real CCTV, the one I have in my house, if I show it to you, I will tell you whatever you said, you will hear it. It has audio and everything. So what kind of CCTV do they have on that airport that you don't even hear anything or whatever it is? It now falls on minister to become a commentator. So he now said, oh, that okay, you can see that Obi stepped out, and then after some time, after a few minutes, the driver, whoever that is the driver, went into the terminal. Now, basically, probably he forgot something to pick something or whatever it is. When you look at it, it was something about, I think it was 6:28. Now, the person came back, okay, at 6:34. All of a sudden, they noticed that the vehicle has already been clamped. So basically, he called, he called Obi or whatever it is, and Obi came out there to see what was going on, right? And from the video, you could see other vehicles all around the place. Now, Keyamo said in his commentary that it's a restricted area. And I'm beginning to think, even here in US, I go to the airport all the time. Okay? Even restricted area, the highest thing they can do to you is to give you a citation. That's all. And I'm so surprised that people like Kulata, who is shallow-minded, who is so tribal-blinded, will buy into the nonsense that they're doing in Nigeria. And that is why they call us, if I'm, despite the fact that I'm not a fan of Trump, but I believe when he said that Nigeria is a shithole. If you see somebody do something, why not give him citation? Why not tell him? Okay, now, how come, what's his name? Keyamo is coming up with 25,000. So if Obi didn't say it, would the 25,000 have come up? So now he's coming up with 25,000 for what? For what reason? Under what? What do you call it? Under what law? Is it that somebody will have to pay? What is 25,000? 25,000 is it not? Is it up? It's about $15. So it's not even up to $15. It's not even up to $15. I think it's about $10 or $12 right now. What a shame! But they will not talk about their Bajwemila that is coming up with a fake agency. Don't worry, very soon you will have before they call it ghost workers. Now we have a ghost agency, ghost. Very soon we're gonna have ghost governors and ghost. As a matter of fact, we already have a ghost president, because he's not my president, anyways. For those that get to know, thank you.
Thank you, Akwati. Flagship.
Well, I think that this is a very biased review by Festus. I expected that at the least, the Federal Airports Authority should have investigated this matter. And investigating it means waiting to hear from Peter Obi one-on-one, or his spokesman, or somebody who represents him, to get a full understanding of what really happened, and then also speak to the staff or whoever it was that is in question at that parking spot. For him to come up with a video that he was narrating over and come with, like Akwati said, 25,000 naira for payment, I think it's beneath him. And that's a very low ball moment for Festus Keyamo. I guess we are in the era issue an apology and pay this amount. If not, this will happen. Okonkwo got his own. No, not you, Rudolph. I mean, Kenneth. Yeah. Arabambi slammed Obi, the same thing. And now Festus Keyamo is asking Obi to apologize and pay 25 grand or something would happen. I just think that things in Nigeria, it really beats my imagination to see that the education we have really and offices we tend to occupy really doesn't reflect. They don't match. Festus Keyamo's approach is very street-like, in my opinion. This is not something that he should jump at immediately and come to a conclusion and say, pay this amount and issue an apology. Apology for what? That he expressed his opinion on what happened that day and how he felt. I would think that he would say, okay, let's take a look at this and then perhaps find a way to quiet it down. And lastly, I was going to ask, I'm kind of curious. At this point, Obi is walking around by himself, and he's officially a presidential candidate for the NDC. I suppose that the Nigerian Constitution has a place there where, or perhaps the electoral laws has a place where all presidential candidates would be provided with security that goes everywhere with them within the country that they need to go to. Isn't it time for Obi to get one, even if he's objecting against it, or if he doesn't want to use the state-provided security? At least there are funds from the state or the government that allows for that to be afforded to him, so he can get his own security to protect himself, and maybe this kind of thing.
Fletcher, I'm not interrupting you. Fletcher, I'm not interrupting you. If you listen to his interview, they wouldn't even give him. For things he's entitled to, they wouldn't even give him.
I know, but that's why I'm questioning that. Isn't there provisions for that, and why is it not being given to him? That's why I say sometimes our judgment is so very skewed if you look at the way we approach things. And it shows. It really shows. Regardless of the education and exposure that we have, sometimes we just really depict the opposite of whatever it is that our degrees tell about us. But I hope that they will properly look into this, and Peter Obi will not be harassed when he comes back into the country at the airport by anyone, not even Festus Keyamo, that it's past 7 days and he didn't comply, so he'll be arrested. Nothing, absolutely nothing should happen to Peter Obi as it stands. I'll leave it there.
All right, thank you, Flagship. Jagun, were you following the story? Do you have any opinion on that? We can't hear you, Jagun.
Hi again. I wasn't at all where Festus Keyamo is concerned and all the shenanigans that might have gone on. But I just want to go back a bit in looking at the so-called good news of the release of these captives of the school. And again, whilst we put focus on those who may be celebrating doom, I have not heard, and I wanted to say this earlier, I've just been keeping it to memory, but I've not heard any utterances or anybody speak about those who actually did the kidnapping and their position of guilt or not guilt. I'm always confounded when, matters of security, matters of crime take place in Nigeria, and there's no investigation, there's no continuing sometimes that we can put our hands on and say, yes, these people were found guilty. This politician was involved. That may be the reason as to why it just all dies down. But again, it's just another acceptance of the standards of zero that have us focused on the wrong things, which is what I'm saying. Are we bringing light to any situation, or are we just entering into further darkness that doesn't take us anywhere? And this is the modus of Nigeria. It's the modus of us in all cases, and I am fed up of it, man. I'm fed up to the back teeth. That's why there's no for me. There's no point in following the minutiae that may take place. There's reason in developing one's mind to the understanding that what's going on with me and my country needs to stop, and this is how I propose to do it. If we're not on that, we're just talking the same thing round and round and round to one core level or the other. I find it ghastly that whatever comes out in the news is basically the next thing to latch onto and discuss and pull apart and find nothing at the end of the day. Nothing new, anyway, that tells us that we are not living in doom, no matter how far we are from home, no matter how wealthy we are financially. You know what I found in Nigeria the last time I went there, sorry to kind of go off the subject slightly, but what I found in Nigeria is that the morality of my village, my own village, and other villages, that morality that we used to have in the village, that also has gone. It's gone. There was a way that we used to be in the village. Or you can't starve in my village. You can't starve. It's impossible. It was impossible because we are a farming terrain. We have everything. You can't starve in my village. But today, in the village, they began begging. Most of them have run out of the village. I mean, we're at a stage where we've got to make decisions. Or all this talking around is not going to suffice. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sully, you're next.
Yes, time for the people in the comment section to start crying soon. So what Obi is doing is called crying wolf. You know, it's a very low IQ strategy, and it comes to burn you at the end. When you cry wolf, right, claiming that because ordinary security in airport ask him to do the right thing, that they are after his life. When something is now actually happening to Obi, nobody will believe him. Sorry, what is that noise?
Sorry, it's me.
Okay. So when something is actually happening to Obi, nobody will believe him, and that puts him in danger. All his strategies seem to be favoring Tinubu. You have to be so low IQ for you to that means you can't. It's like you are playing chess, but you are giving yourself to the enemy every time to eat you up. What happened is that they parked in a restricted area, and they parked too long. The vehicle stayed in the drop-off area for about 30 minutes, and it was positioned poorly, that it almost blocked the entrance. The driver left the vehicle, and which the airport rule states that the driver has to remain behind the wheel while using the drop-off zone. But after Obi and his team got out, the driver also got out and went into the terminal, breaking the rule. Now, you see people that claim they want to change Nigeria. It's okay for their candidates to break the rule, not pay the fine, come to the public to lie that his life is in danger because security guards told him that he broke the rule. And these people will come out and say, oh, they want to change Nigeria, that there's nothing wrong with Obi. Why are we always talking about Obi? Why shouldn't we? Is he not the presidential candidate? Why is he always lying? If he doesn't lie, nobody will talk about him. These people claim that they want to change Nigeria. It's a lie. They want their man there. They want their favorite criminal there. That is why when people like Very Dark Man commit crime, they will defend him because that is what they like. They want to be the ones committing the crime. They don't want the crime to go away. This is 2026. You can verify all these things with AI. You have no excuse unless you are intentionally being ignorant. You intentionally dumb yourself down to support this guy. You are smarter than this man, but you make yourself dumber in order to support rubbish. God Almighty. And that is what we are dealing with. And we expect Nigeria to get better. It's not going to happen. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. KJ.
Dr. Damages. Please, before KJ, 1 second. Solely, because we all have freedom of speech, does not mean that you owe it every time a duty to attack somebody. When you come to it, Obi, one, is not your mate. I don't think anybody in your family, I swear to God, I don't think anybody in your family is of what Obi is made of. Okay? So when you come here every time to always use some words, some disrespectful words. When I talk, I've never cursed at anybody. But what I will not take from you is to come here and use disrespectful language on a presidential candidate. You can support your Showore. I've never come here to use all those words on Showore. So at the end of the day, you need to stop. Wake up. And I'm not here to come and go back and forth with you.
All right, thank you. No. Sorry, you don't have to speak. No. You don't have to ask a question. No. Akwachi. This platform is open platform for anybody to air their view. Okay, it's not Peter Ob's platform. It's not Tinubu's platform.
I know, but not what I said. The language he's using.
Yeah,
he should. The language he's using. That's what I'm saying.
I know. Prince. I know Peter Obi. Peter Obi will take it. Anybody who puts himself out there to be a candidate for president, to run for office, to be a public figure, should be able to survive whatever somebody is saying about him anywhere. So let's not, and the issue of whether somebody's old or rich, or it's not important in the conversation we're having. Anybody should be free to talk about anybody who is out there and asking us to vote for him. So that's my policy. That's what I think. So I'm not, sorry, you don't have to respond to that. But that's a general conversation, a general point I want to make.
No, I don't want to respond. I just wanted to ask a question.
That means we say something, but I want us to move. Yeah, no, it's okay. Maybe next time when we get a rant, you can rant on that. But quickly, KJ, I think I called your name. Go ahead, and we are also running out of time. We have to take a break. And I see Dr. Chidi is here. Go ahead, KJ.
I want to say, Dr. Chidi, good to see you. Always a pleasure. Listen, this is where I stand. I'm not going to say why it's solely insulting Obi, because Obi is a public figure. He's put himself out there. He can be insulted. If he doesn't want, he should leave the kitchen if it's too hot. But having said that, Soli, I just want to say, I don't know if you've lived in Abuja before, but you know that dignitaries in Abuja have their own passageway, and they are able to drive to almost to the point of embarking and walking right into the airport. That is open to anybody and everybody who has some form of government or whatever privilege in Abuja. I think Dr. Tiji, my brother, also have that privilege. When he drives there, he can wait there and come down. Yes. So this is it. It's not that everybody who is anybody in Abuja does that. So Obi is not the first person. That's one. Two, when you want to show us what you think is the problem, don't show us, don't cut off just the place that Obi arrived. Give us before and after video. So let's know that the place was cleared until Obi came and blocked it with his car. And by the way, if you know Abuja airport very well, there's no way one car will block that entrance or exit. It's not possible. One car cannot block it. So having said that, I thought that everybody has his work in the airport. Now, the work of this, whatever Obi have said, is the work of the minister or the work of those who are in charge of the airport. Having said that also, as a presidential candidate, Obi is supposed to have a police escort attached to him. In other words, there are certain privileges that he will have to be given because he's a presidential candidate. Even though these people don't demand it, I mean, Obi doesn't demand for that. I'm sure I don't see him with any police escort. But these are privileges that are attached to those who are running for the highest office in Nigeria. Let's not, because these people have decided to waive all this and make them to become as if they too cannot call for these privileges. Having said that, is it only that, just like Prince Akwachi said, is it only when Obi now came to say this is the treatment he got, that the minister now remember that he's supposed to be owing 25,000 for having broken the law at the airport? Again, If 25,000 is so much for them, as I'm talking to you now, there are more than 25,000 Nigerians who want to pay the 25,000. They've asked that they post the account of the office so that they can pay it right away. Okay, but the truth remains, what we are seeing is a total breakdown of the culture, the tradition, what makes a nation. Okay, what makes a nation stand is a total breakdown of the rule of law in our country. The law does not have to apply because it's somebody that you know or that you are favorably disposed towards. The law should apply across board. If anybody breaks the law, let the person face the consequence. The person doesn't have to be a special person or otherwise, okay, for the person to face whatever is desired. Look, right now, to tell you, if people think we have a nation yet, it is in our nation, in the highest point of our nation, that we have a man, so-called man, a magic man, who is able to operate across board for 2 years going, running, and nobody could dictate that he's not a real, DG. And we are pressing for the fact that how many point something billion was put in his 2026 budget. What about the takeoff grant of 27 billion? Why are we not talking about that? Who has a 27 point something billion naira that was supposed to be a takeoff grant for that office? So these are fundamentals. Let's look, when we trivialize things and make it personal and make it tribal, we lose the essence of what we are trying to present and probably lose some people. Peter Obi, if he flouted the law, he's not afraid to pay this thing. But I don't think any reasonable person in Nigeria, with the kind of thing that go on with every big man in Nigeria, should have gone to lock Peter Obi's tire for whatever reason that you want to, canvass right here. It doesn't make sense. It does not make. It does not even give you political mileage in doing that. And Peter Obi do not have to beg anybody. Surely that's for you. He doesn't have to do that to play woof woof. No. That's not what he's doing. If Peter Obi wants to play woof woof, his businesses, and I'm saying, I'm calling records. Go and look at cash and carry. They've almost crumbled that business. It's not only his cash and carry. Anything that has to do with Peter Obi is in danger. He said it on this platform. He said it more than almost a year ago. He was here. He told us how they treat him and how they've stopped his friends from even being able to come to his birthday or he go to their own. So what Chudi came up out of the Chudi's platform is not new to those of us who have been on this platform. He has said it severally, how he's attacked, and everything about him is attacked. And this is true. We see it. We know these tactics. The only thing now that makes it different now is that now it has come to a point where he feels that he himself is not safe. Okay? And my advice to the government is that if Obi feels he's not safe, please accord him all the necessary security that will make him to be safe. Because I do not know how Nigeria will fare if something happens to him. You can go ahead and cheat him out of the election. It's okay. But let his life remain. Because I love him to be alive, to take care of himself and his family. Fighting for Nigeria must not take your life. Okay? And I don't even want him to. You see, one time somebody said, I will die for Nigeria. Wole Soyinka say, your living is not helping us. Why will you want to die? Your dying will not mean anything to us. So don't die for Nigeria. That is my advice. Okay? But to say that Obi is looking for sympathy, no, I don't think so. I think Obi has gone beyond looking for sympathy. All right. Thank you so much.
All right, KJ, thank you. Solly, hold on. Ovie, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So, have you been watching?
Yeah. I think you're talking about the crime baby, Obi.
Yeah. Before you say something, let me. My producers gave me some videos to play to put this in context. What we're discussing. The first one is Oshomole. Ovie is here, people.
It's not just my people, it's my representative.
Right, that was Senator Oshomole, a grounding airpiece terminal, I believe, when he was about to miss his flight. The bigger conversation we should have here is about big men, the concept of big men in Nigeria, how they travel, how they move, and how they operate within the system, and how to hold them accountable. That's actually the big question, the biggest question that we're trying to answer. And I know that some people were asking on the comment section and other places, it was Obi the one driving, where were his security? I think KJ was talking about security in terms of, I don't think the constitution, I don't know, I don't think the Nigerian constitution or the laws, they will give them special security like Shore. But I think that Obi and someone like Atiku or someone like Kwankwaso, who were former governors, they still retain their security. They still retain their police, their DSS as part of the retirement package. So it's important that when we are discussing these topics, we try to expand it and give it a wider context. Ovie, go ahead.
Yeah, no, sorry, hold on, Rudolph. If you allow me, that's what I mean. And these guys have their own. By the way, by Obi's status as a billionaire, I think he also has his own security. So if he decides to ride alone, doesn't mean that because of that somebody should now, become. Apart from that, we are in this same airport. Okay, one Mr. Kwangwan held. In fact, he was standing right at the airport, in front of the plane, saying the plane will not move. Kwangwan, did you see it? It was here. The government didn't do anything about that. What was he doing that? So when you come and say Obi parked at the wrong place, and that is why you locked his car, you locked the tire of his vehicle. I want to make sense out of it, okay? But if you feel that he had, just like, if you feel that, by the way, I want to say this, as somebody who have gone to that, driven to that airport many times, if you are parking at the wrong place, what most of those people say is they come and tell you, "Oga, move your car." Okay? That's one. That is assuming you have stayed there for long. But if you stay there for 5 minutes, nobody's going to stop you from staying there. Okay.
But KJ, I think what they are saying, what KM, I'm not sure because I didn't follow the details. That's why I'm not breaking it down. I think what he was saying was that the driver, the police guy, left the vehicle, and at that point, maybe sorry, hold on, let me hear James, and then I'll come to you.
No, was that? Well, hold on. I want to ask you a question. You, Rudolph, was the person who is going to lock his vehicle just waiting for him to leave the vehicle? Because by the timing, by the timing, that is what you call the timer on the video, you can see that it's less than 6 minutes. It's less than 6 minutes. So was the man just waiting for that vehicle to move? Is it the only vehicle parked there? And why are the rest of the vehicles not locked? Since you wanted to just lock vehicles.
Okay, KJ. Okay, thank you. Solly, you said you have an answer. Go ahead.
They didn't even know it was Obi. It was when Obi came down and told them that it is me. That is when they say, they now gave him back his car and they waived the fine. From all you are saying, I realize that you don't even know about the case. You are just defending him when you really don't know much about the case. Did you know that he went to use his influence to get his car back? Did you know that he went to use his influence to waive the fine off?
Sorry, you did not listen to the commentary. If you listen to KMO said it, that they saw him and they were waiting for him to go into the terminal. So don't talk about they don't know it was him. Please don't listen. Sorry, let me tell you something. Dr. Damages, we are talking about a situation. We're not talking about personalities.
Prince.
Okay?
Prince, let him finish, then you can respond to him.
At the end of the day, his car was given back to him almost immediately. The fine was waived almost immediately by him using his influence. What is manipulative is after gaining and going through all that without any effort, you now go on national TV and start saying your life is in danger over a situation that you got over in a few minutes. Manipulating the followers, like people like you don't know about the case, but you are defending him. You don't know this. It's so crazy. You don't even know that this happened, but you are defending him. The question is why? Why are you defending something that you don't really know much about?
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Solly.
Okay, so can I give my response now?
Yeah.
Okay. First and foremost, it was not on national TV. He was having an interview with a podcaster, and he only gave that as an example. He did not say categorically that was the problem that that he wants to tell Nigerians. No, he only gave that as a case study of what happened, and what he was hinging on in the fact that they were talking to themselves. And even when he even identified himself, they said, "Well, they don't care who he is." So sometimes let's keep this tribal thing out of us. Okay, let's take it out of us. If anything happens to Sowore today, I would defend him. When Sowore was taken to prison for no just cause, I stood up and I spoke for him. So why is this tribal thing all eating up in people? Please put yourself out of that nonsense. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Akwachi. Let me hear James. James, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to find somebody should enlighten me, please. If Obi was in a car driven by a driver, it is the driver that committed the offense. Obi did not park the car. There's the driver who parked the car there. So it is the driver that should be held responsible. You cannot hold a conductor responsible for an offense committed by a bus driver. Obi is not a driver. Please get something right. I'm neither obedient nor disobedient. I don't know much of the guy, but he was in a car driven by a driver. That driver should have his license revoked or whatever. That is how I see it. The man has committed no offense, as far as I'm concerned.
All right. Thank you, James. Ovie, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Are you the driver there or are you a passenger?
I'm back on the road. I'm the driver. I wish I get a driver to drive me around like Obi. It would be nice. But Dr. Dameji, I think let me give you first warning, okay? This is a warning to you in particular because you know very well that I am official spokesperson of the poor. The Olodos, thank God it's been recognized that now that there's an uprising. We are rising, we are rising like the sun. Like the Biafra, when the Biafra rose, we are rising with the Olodos. I'm your representative. And you just deliberately want to drag me to rich people problem. 70% of Nigeria no fit describe how airports look like. 90% of Nigeria never enter inside plane before. What's my business will go on there with all these spoiled children, spoiled Nigerians, privileged Nigerians who were given opportunity to drive, make everything to be in their favor, unless you belong to that category, speak grammar, go school to their pie, This is their problem. If you break the law at the airport, you go and pay. You live in New York. If you park your car for one of the right spaces and you leave the car, even though you go piss or you go and drop mail, you'll be given a ticket. So I parked my car in front of one of those areas in New York. I was walking, going back and forth. I just go before I count that ticket there. It doesn't matter who you are, but again, beyond this is that privilege. And I think it's it's good to clear out that at this point in time, Obi is an ordinary citizen. It's not entitled to any special treatment from the federal government. Now, maybe what it then accord to themselves as a governors, they feel they use that one. But as far as the Nigerian constitution is concerned, it's still an ordinary citizen. Yes, he's the presidential candidate of a political party. It's not official yet. Until the official, then they can be entitled to security. I think that is the case. But at this point, it's like every other person. But again, you may mention of something, but as a governor, there are some entitlement they accord to themselves, being an ex-governor, yes. But we're talking about federal case here at the airport. But most importantly, again, when I say no drag wants the poor people about this thing, as far as I'm concerned, it's a spoiled brats. I say that with all sincerity. It's a spoiled brat. He said they won't kill a day after their life. Are we supposed to become emotional? What are we supposed to do about it? Who won't kill her? Nobody people won't kill her. They won't kill her.
When he signed up to run for president, he don't know what he signed up for. And they should stop messing around with the intelligence, man. I mean, nobody just don't mess up with the people, his followers' emotion. What do you mean that after your day? You don't know before. The day you stick your head that I want to become a leader of any country, you are a target from anywhere, in and out. So if he die, he die. If they kill him, they kill him. He go no kill him. If they actually after his life, he knows who. And the fact that he's expecting to make the competition journey so easy for him is I mean, again, it's messing with people's emotion. It's never easy. The game of power is life and death. The road to power is designed to bring out the worst in you. Not be him not there 2023 when they change currency and everything, just against the Tinubu and himself. Trump collect bullets. If Trump talk as if they won't kill, I talk with this smile because I take him through as a joke. Because some of his most powerful tweets today now fuck around and find out. He has fucked around with his big bomber, B12, bombing people, bombing innocent people, bombing their leaders. When they killed the leader of Iran, he said it that I got him first. They wanted to get me, but I got him first. So they know what they signed up for. If you go read Tony Anene biography, My Life and Nigerian Politics, one thing I take out from that book is that the day you make a decision to go into that level of politics, go dig your grave. So that game of power not be for everybody. The day when he announced I want to run for president, he is a target. So to no one come put down for RGS, you know, so what? I won't kill you, make we do it. I find it difficult to take him serious when I was in that interview. I just laugh. It's just Dr. Damage, I said it here, that this electoral cycle, this 2026 electoral cycle from the beginning 2023 to the end, he is the prime target. I'm not when I said I'm not saying after his life, but the goal is to kill his political presidential ambition because it's a threat. So it's not just the sitting president alone. I know the sitting president should be contesting. It's only he will get more sentiment if all fingers are pointing at him. It's not just him that want him out. It's a game of power. You know, so they design him. You will come and say you won't be president. You are not human being. That's why when my Niger Delta uncle go come and say my bishop does not want any man there, I say you are stupid. That's the most dumbest statement ever made. How many people died before he became president? Hundreds of Nigerians died trying to make him a president, and they made him a president. Now turning to the contest again. These are well now for baby political observers, or and then they fall for all those emotional nonsense.
I'm sorry.
You don't have to agree. I'm not saying so that you can agree. I'm not saying anybody can agree. And this is not me saying it.
How many
my brother, let me talk now. Let me talk. I beg. You've been here when they make noises. Can you allow me make my point? Allow me make my point. Killing the president now waiting a new thing. A new thing? It's not new. They're just an ordinary person. If they kill her, and the job entails. Just like you always brag, say, yeah, you did justify collecting bribe and bribe envelope because you believe that your job is dangerous. So if you have that job, it comes with it. You want to run for
president. Check something. I beg, come on your glasses, might see your eye. I just want to check something. I beg now.
I don't want you to blind.
I don't curse you. I just say, I want to see your eye. I just want to see your eye.
My Lord. You guys don't they talk here for almost 3 hours. And let me make my points. Okay? I'm not here to be conventional. I'm not here to follow the emotional trauma. If they kill her, they kill her. That's what he signed up for. Now, when they see politics, as he said, it is a matter of life and death. Before King become president, people will die. Just to announce the presidential ambition, people are dying. So who is he? So if you pack out, if you know if you will stand the fire, just as somebody said, if you can't withstand the fires, get out of the kitchen. Get out. When you become president, everybody's after you. As a sitting president, Boko Haram is after that, ISIS is after that, America, everybody's after you as a sitting president. So you know what you are signing up for. Don't live, as I said, Dr. Damage, now you are blamed. We, the poor people, we are focused. Somebody put it very, very profoundly. Olodo uprising. It's our time. We don't want here. Anybody don't want to make it die. Now the season we did. When they catch at the clock, I said it here. There's a mystery in the air. According to Bob Marley. I thought everybody go. Once you come out there, you don't take you single yourself out of 400 and 240 million people that you want to be the leader. Good. So accept anything that comes with it. And as far as I just one position, and millions of people are interested in that sport, it comes with the territory. So as far as I'm concerned, my emotional manipulation, I'm glad that even Trump, when they say Iran after him, he even say it with a joke because it is real. He said it himself. Many have we don't follow that trend, you have been killed. So not be today. So as far as I'm concerned, it comes with the territory, it comes with the job. Leave poor people out of the airport saga. We don't know our airplane B, and we are not interested. We are focused, as they say, we are uprising, and we are here to take over. Stop begging us now, no matter.
Thank you. Let me go to Sewakan.
I think my name is quite difficult for you to pronounce.
It's very difficult for me.
You've been relegating me on the spot, but no problem.
No. It's not that. You go in and out. Sometimes I don't see.
My network is fluctuating, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Nigeria is not the only country that is running the political system. And this idea of politics that we have in Nigeria, it's ridiculous and it's absurd. My friend, it's absurd. So think that to be in politics, your life has to be in danger. It's absurd and it's ridiculous. And it's how the system has messed up your head. I'm looking to your face to say it to you. This is not the kind of idea we should pass on to our younger people. Because I want to go back to Nigeria and contest for a political appointment doesn't mean my life should be in danger. We are not the only people. We have a country in Europe where the governor, the president of the state is just riding his bicycle on the streets after he left office. You guys have built a system where you can't even feel safe. And you come on here to talk about Obi and not bullshit. Anyway, you see, my ancestors, my grandfather has an adage. They will say that the sickness that we have refused to treat eventually will be the one that will kill us. Because it's absurd to me that we have a sitting minister in Nigeria, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Keyamo, issuing a former 7-day ultimatum and releasing, a state-audited CCTV and demanding a public apology from Obi. He took a hold. This is a sitting minister. I live in Tennessee. I go to BNA airport almost every time to drop people. If I break the parking, you can see a ticket on your car. Simple as that. It's not that terrible. Where a congressperson will not start releasing a statement but they are doing all this because it's Obi. And we have Nigerians clamoring that is claiming his life is in danger. This was the same Obi, if you recall, that was in Edo State and was having a meeting in someone's house and they were shooting guns there. And someone is trying to dismiss that as if it doesn't make any sense. But I don't blame you anyway, because when you live in a system where people are constantly being unalive and taken away, you become so numb to it. I mean, it becomes normal to you. Living in a system where 25 people today, 50 people today, every time people are being unalive, you don't think that's anything. Because a single soul that does not mean anything to you anymore. And then you come here and speak so audaciously, as if it's normal for us to have a system where people can't even think about aspiring for any political position. That is ridiculous. We shouldn't go ahead with this kind of mentality. Ridiculous to me. And and I want to be completely honest here about how ridiculous this sound. We have a system where a major cabinet member, Keyamo thinks he has the moral duty to launch an entire multi-agency investigation and write essays on Obi. What does this tell us about the state of our nation? What does this mean for an ordinary Nigerian in Nigeria? Because there's this famous theory called the broken window theory. All these little loopholes that we are overlooking, the day it will escalate and face us in Nigeria, nobody will stand the heat. It means that the Nigerian state is not weak. Look at how sporadic Keyamo launched into the case. Look at how swift. Where is this investigative vigor when people are being taken from Niger state schools. Look at how a minister quickly, very swift, like an antelope, quickly writing ultimatum, looking CCTV. All of this rigor, all of this vigorous energy of Keyamo, where are they? So all the selective justice that we practice in Nigeria, it cannot work. We are playing with the life of 250 million people. Are you telling me that your child over here cannot wake up tomorrow and say, I want to be a governor of Edo State? You're telling me that your child should be killed? Is that what you're saying here? And you have the
it's part of the territory.
No. Hey, bro.
I will advise him. You are signing up for
No. Hey, stop that. It's not time to talk. Let me finish. All right? I didn't interrupt you. You are making a ridiculous statement.
I'm sorry, I thought you were asking me a question. I'm sorry.
I don't care about how you feel. I'm speaking about what you're saying to Nigerians. We have more than 500 people on this platform. You cannot say, because I want to become a political figure, then my life should be at risk. That's ridiculous for you to say. Don't say that anywhere again. Ridiculous.
No. In reality, I will tell my child, yes, what you're going for is a matter of life and death. I am not going to garnish, I'm not going to preach for my Peking. I am telling Nigerians, when you stick out to lead, you are signing up for they kill you infinitely. That's a fact.
Obi is someone's child. What are you talking about here? No one can question you. What are you talking about here? Obi is someone's child. It's someone's father. Someone comes out and says, my life is at risk. And we should build a nation where people can confidently be whatever they want to be without having their life at risk. That's why I'm here talking about this thing. This is 3 p.m. here in the US. I'm taking my time to be here. Think I don't have a job? And you're yet saying that we should build a system where people can kill you on the streets like dogs? Africans have no value for lives, and that is the issue. We don't respect lives. That is why your people, your presidents can come to social media after 20 days of children being kidnapped and now releasing statements that he has sent gas. That's ridiculous. You're a ridiculous human being. You should be ashamed of yourself. We can't continue this way. We should build a nation where, when we leave this planet, our generations can look at our graves and be happy that we did something for them. Nigerians are running from Nigeria today to all these Western countries. If their fathers have built this kind of system, are we going to be here today? No. Ridiculous people. Shameful. And leave it here for now, the damages. We can go on.
Can I just quickly disagree? Can I just quickly say something, sir?
No. Hold on, Jagun. Let me.
I think it's quite important.
I know. I will come to you. Flagship first, and then Jagun.
Yeah, Rudolph. Again, I understand your idea for your platform. Okay, I really get it. But you and I live in a country where they say it's the land of the free and the home of the brave. But you know that freedom here is really not free. And the thing they call freedom of speech is there's really no freedom in stupid speeches. You pay for it. YouTube opened up this platform for everybody to do whatever they like, but they have restrictions that they really do not allow. Some comments should be really discouraged. And the reason why we are where we are today as a nation is because of some really flimsy and stupid remarks and ways of life that we live. And that has brought us to where we look like we are barbarians to the rest of the world. So I encourage you, my friend, please. I understand that you're doing a social experiment, but there are some things you really need to disabuse. So you don't look like
what kind of comments?
When you hear somebody say, if somebody gets killed, he gets killed. It's a very ridiculous statement to make. If you're trying to make a better society and a better world, that's not who we are.
Flagship, this is very important. What you are saying is very important. But this is what the structure is of this experiment, is that I have confidence that people listening at home are smart. I have confidence that that you and Ose, that you are smart. I have the confidence that someone someone will counter an argument that they find holes in. And we've learned a lot from what direction of us said to that argument by Ovie. And without that, if we don't allow that, we wouldn't hear the counter argument.
Rudolph, there are some things better left unsaid. You know that.
No. The fact that you stop it from being said here,
give me a minute to
stop it
respond.
from being said here does not mean that it's not going to be said somewhere else.
Right. I agree and I understand. But there are places for things to be said. And you are assuming that the people are intelligent. Our country is in a very vulnerable state right now. It's in a very precarious predicament as we speak. And you see the actions of the people. You and I know that the biggest challenge to any sort of revolution or change that we desire for our people and our nation as it is right now is the mindset of the people. It's difficult for the people to really think like where they should be today, like the rest of the world thinks. And we cannot encourage some because we think or assume that they should be able to deify. They can't. There's so much going on there that there's a lot of help. If I were to be a psychiatrist, for example, I would make a lot of money from Nigeria today because there's a lot of mental issues going on there. People are walking the streets thinking that they are normal. There's a lot of work that needs to be done.
Yeah,
it starts from the mindset, Rudolph. We cannot encourage.
Doctor, you go give me 1 minute to respond. 1 minute.
You won't go before me, or
be allowed. I'm just saying.
But the flagship. The point is this. The point is this, huh? I think the responsibility is on people who disagree to come out. If Ose didn't come here today to respond to Ovie, maybe Ovie's position would be what most people will buy, but he's responding to that and he's making people to look at the other side. My hope is that people will accept that you cannot win by stopping people from talking. You can win if you have a superior argument. And that's what
I understand. It's not by stopping people, but when you are coming up with some irrational conversations that really doesn't make no sense in the scheme of things. If you and I are having a rational conversation, yes, we can talk. But we're in a place where killing people is nothing right now. It's like I squash a bug on the ground. We can't continue like this. We've got to figure a way out to stop these killings first. That's the biggest problem we have in Nigeria. We have no value for life. And if someone is here telling us and everybody listening that if somebody is coming to vie for an office, his life is in danger, look, we can't encourage it. You have to disabuse it so we don't have that conversation. They used to say in my place that if you don't like eating meat, do not use your teeth to split it for those who want to eat it. So all I'm saying is, please put some controls. We can't, it's not a free for all. There are violations. And I agree, I understand the experiment you're running, but I don't want it to backfire on you, my friend. That's all I'm saying. Let's talk things that will move us forward and make us to think the right way. I understand it, bring up an argument and counter it and all that, but there are levels to these things, and we can't just let it just run like that, thinking that people will be able to pick and choose. We're at a very vulnerable space right now, and we've got to figure a way out to get our people, those of us, those who can think, they are very little. And those who can think are the majority, including those that are in office, who are governing the people. So we cannot allow that kind of conversation to continue. That's all I'm saying. No offense to anybody.
Thank you, the flagship.
Dr. Daneji,
hold on, before you do anything. The flagship, hopefully you don't go to TikTok, because if you go there, you will think the world is. You will think the world is going.
I don't go there.
Then that's why you think there's something going on here. When you go there and see what Nigerians are talking about and the way they talk,
It's silly. That's why they are where they are today. I like to be in the back.
Please allow my time. Please allow me my time.
All right.
Dr. Damaji, I think I have the right to respond on this.
Yeah, Jagun.
You have the right, my brother, but I mean my time.
Jagun,
I've been waiting for a while. And you see, Okwevim, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. And at the same time, flagship. I have to disagree with both of you in agreeing with OVA, which OVA and I can attest that that doesn't normally happen. And I agree with him based on the fact that he's talking the fact. You may be offended by the way he put it. It's in such a blatant way, but it is in fact as blatant as he put it. I will tell you, sir, that this is a thought that came across my mind as being a observer of how things really work in the planet we're on. This is not a kumbaya territory. Not just Nigeria. Nigeria's at a critical point. I agree with both of you that lives are in danger generally, but whose lives are really in danger? If we put our minds back, Mostafa Khamenei, who was 6 months into his presidency, was assassinated. Please allow me.
No, your connection is not very good. I'm having difficulty.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
Is it coming through at least?
Okay, yeah.
It's going down.
Yeah.
I want to put it to you that Mostafa Khamenei is in our history. And as a leader, there are many reasons that locally, nationally, and internationally, there were reasons to kill him. And he's now no longer with us. He had no security. He was believing himself to be a man of the people and somebody who can at least be without security in his own country. We all saw the example of the reality, mind you, not the kumbaya, not the XYZ and W, the reality of him being assassinated. Now, therefore, it speaks about our security and the difficulty in the job it is to be a leader of any level, most especially a leader of a whole country. If you are a leader of a whole country, you have automatic enemies on one side or another. Automatic. It's going to happen. No one's going to love you more than they should, as it were. So, both of you came across quite heavy-handedly, really taken aback by OVA's submissions, as though we're not all grown men and we haven't thought these. I was 15 years old before I found out that this world is really a life and death scenario. Nobody's getting out alive, and nobody. So many people don't get out living their full flourishing of life. Many people's lives are cut short, and we can look across the world as to who these types of people are. And leaders, presidents, they form a great percentage of those whose life may be cut short. So I think we should stop being childish again, and the kind of commentary and the kind of exasperation and the kind of middle class untruth that we are telling ourselves. Sometimes we falsify the world and we want to create some kind of colorblind utopia of a conservative way of life. It's just that's the lie that we are trying to avert. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jagan. I don't know if anybody else wants to weigh in. Hold on, I'll come to you, Via. I want you to have the last word so that we don't come back. You understand? I know what I'm doing sometimes, not all the time, but we don't come back to this topic. Masca, welcome to the show.
Can I say something? If anybody had
hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let me hear Masca. Then
what I was going to say was just in relation to what the last speaker said. But if you don't want, that's okay.
No, not that I don't want. Let me hear Masker. I will come to you.
Well, actually, I just came into, I would say, to support OVA, but I think we spent so much time being emotional about things that are looking at us in the face. He is right. The day you decide you want to contest as a president, definitely your life is already in the, I mean, like, and it's not just Nigeria. 2024, July 13th, what happened? Donald Trump, there was an attempt to assassinate him. There was an attempt. Even I think they shot a part of his ear. So these are realities. Whether we like it or we don't like it, this is the reality. That's why I said I'm not saying that I'm supporting OVA, because he came from a position of like, look, if he dies, he dies. No, if he dies, we are not going to be happy. But that is the reality also. The day you decide you want to contest, that certainly is going to be on the table. Buhari, they put a bomb in his car in Kaduna. This is the reality. It's not a new thing. Let's not spend time. This is not what we should be spending time on. Thank you. That's the only reason why I actually joined in, because I think we're losing the whole point. It's not. It is what it is. It's not something that we should put our head in the sand and pretend that is not the reality.
Dr. Damages, please, before Masker will leave, let me say hello to him, and I hope they are doing good with your ghost ministry. You guys have a ghost ministries now, right? Like we understand.
By the time Trump kicks all of you out, you now remember that we're not the same. We're pretending as if we're the only Nigerians.
And that's why we are fighting now, so that we'll have a home, to come to.
We will fence any other person that is coming back.
Well done, Masker.
Sorry, Mr. Rudolph. The Ose weekend, I was not very happy with him. He was talking as if you think that this guy is doing anything for the Nigeria he's so passionate about. Clearly, he's abandoned ship and he's pretending there to be passionate. Thank you.
All right. Okay, now I have to add him to someone that will respond. KJ, go ahead. So KJ, Ose, and then Ovie with final.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Masker, but there are more issues to discuss. But you see, the picture and the way I get it, what Ovie is painting is that, it doesn't matter, who goes, it goes. No. I will never agree to that. And even countries where, yes, things are done, presidents are kind of put in harm's way. The system does everything that is needful to arrest such an individual and make sure that that individual goes through the court process, through the law, all gambit of the law is taken through until that person is prosecuted. So I will not say that because you decide to run for president, if Masker tomorrow decides to run for presidency, then I will say his life should be in danger because of that. No, the system is broken, and so if you find a system that is working in that order, it should be made to correct it. Those people who are out to look for how to, circumvent the system should be dealt with. Somebody was giving an example of Mostafa Khamenei and, subsequently all the people who have been assassinated. It's not because Nigerians can assassinate those people, okay? It's not a system that set out to go and assassinate those people, okay? We're talking about Obi's case. It is the government, the system that is fighting him. He didn't call an individual and say, this individual is fighting me. He didn't say that individual is fighting me. He didn't say the opposition parties that are somewhere is fighting. He's saying the people who are running our collective wealth is using that collective wealth to fight him. That is where the story gets bad and gets ugly. So we are not saying that, if Obi is traveling and he runs into armed robbers and they rob his car and take off his own shoes that he has. Okay, no, it's not the one that has any shoes. Jonathan has one shoes. So if they take off the only shoe that he's wearing and runs away with it, we are not complain about that. We are saying when the system, in other words, the presidential or whatever the government body, the whole gambit of government is used to pursue one man and make his life miserable. That is what we are concerned about. We are not saying Obi is a politician, yes, and every other person in Nigeria is a politician. With those who are running, Atiku is a politician, yes. Have you ever heard that his car was locked up somewhere? Okay, and the rest of them. So we are saying in the situation that we find ourselves that it's not good for you to use our collective wealth to fight a man because you don't like the man's belief or you don't want the man to contest. Why should you be more concerned about this man? Every party he goes to develops K-leg the next day. Everything he puts down in develops K-leg the next day. And you don't think we should talk about it. And if you talk about it, say it doesn't matter. Will come remember, you know, nonsense. Why is he complaining? He's not supposed to complain. Is he saying that if you were using your personal money to fight him, he would not fight you back? He's not a businessman. He has not been going through other kinds of issues in his life till he got to the point where he is. Is he afraid of fighting? Is he afraid of going to court? No. Who can fight a government? Can any of us sitting here fight a government? Even Shore we so praise and all that. Is he finding it easy to operate even on day-to-day basis? Is he finding it easy? Who among us here will say it is easy to go and stay in a Nigerian prison? Have you ever gone inside one of the prison before? Have any of you ever stepped your foot? I have stepped my foot in there. Have you stepped your foot in there? So when we sit, I will just yab. It's easy to talk. Okay? When the system, when a person takes all the effort, the force of the state and follows you, you think you survive? Why are people running away? Anyway, that's my distance. I don't have any problem saying if you decide to contest and you have an issue along the way, I have no problem. If APC decide to fight NDC and they are fighting Obi and they are causing him doing it, I will not have a problem. Don't take the power of government to chase an individual. That is the place it becomes bad and it becomes difficult for anybody to survive. I thank you.
All right. So finally, we are going to hear from Ose and then Ovia will respond. And that's it. We take it. Oh, I see Okija. Okija is
Thank
here.
you.
Okay.
Would you like Ovia to go and then I will come as I will come with the last.
No. Go. You already know my position. You know my position. My position is not going to change. So
I was talking to the host, not you. Respect.
So who wants to have the last word? You know what? You guys
anyway,
can wait.
I will just say what I want to say. It doesn't really change anything anyway.
Okay.
You see, our elders have a powerful saying, and they say that the fire that we ignore in our neighbor's house, that same fire will eventually come and burn down our own roof. It's because when we have a citizen of Nigeria that comes on a public platform, and I want us to look at the moral dynamic, not the ethical side of this whole shenanigan. The moral dynamic and the implication of this for the average psyche of a Nigerian child listening to this statement here being made. I don't have any issue with the reality on ground. I don't live in an imaginary world, this Platonic idea of word of forms. No, I'm a realist, I'm a pragmatist, but I tell you that even though some things are happening, that doesn't make it normal. That's what I'm saying. All right. When the citizen come here and casually declare that if you want to run for president, your life is at risk, and if Obi dies, it dies. What they are doing is that they are demonstrating what I call a pathology of fatalism, and kind of trying to normalize a terrifying numbness to loss of human life. It shows you what is going on the internal world of that person. That person has no value for human life. If you have value for human life, irrespective of what the reality is, you won't even have the audacity, the effrontery, to say that out loud on a public platform. Even if that's what's going on in your head, you have a better way of presentation. The Greek word for it is ethos, self-presentation.
That's why I asked him to take off his glasses. You know, his glasses. There's something.
Exactly.
Yes.
And then again, you see these people. You compare. They always try to compare Nigeria to the worst case scenario in the US. Worst case scenario every time. They do this every time. And then you compare Nigeria to the US. You bring up Trump and try to justify fatalism. I call this a false equivalence because it doesn't connote that. In a functional democracy, when an assassination attempt is being done, the entire state apparatus move into immediate transparent action. That's what happens. But you use the issue of Trump. You didn't cite the fact that they actively went after the person that tried that. You didn't mention that. So we cannot build a civilized society like this with this type of mentality. We cannot. I don't care what the reality is on ground. The reality on ground does not make it normal. We cannot keep believing in a predator and prey system where human life has become nothing. We're just talking about this a few minutes ago, where we have children kidnapped for almost 60 days. What will the Tinubu people show us? The faces of these innocent people. The people that have been taken away from the massive gun ablazing stuff they had. We do not know the faces of terrorists till now. In a serious society, the first thing you show the people are the faces of the people that are committing the own crime that you arrested or that you accosted. Not the innocent people. It shows you how deep this manipulation has gone in the mind of an average Nigerian. They've been so messed up. Because they see it every day, it means nothing to them again. But you know when it pains them, when it's so close to them, they don't like it. But if it's Obi, you think I can be Obi. If he dies, he dies. I don't have issues with whatever reality Jago and the say, cool, nice, cool, oh, beautiful. But reality is reality. Fine, we all know that. But that doesn't make it normal. Muslim Muhammad, all this doesn't make it normal. We are not the only people in the world practicing hypocrisy. We are not the only people doing politics. Why is our own politics always about killing people? That was how Fisher Williams died. Dolphin Estate hung on his fan till today. Fisher Williams. I was this old when he died. I want to normalize that. That's absurd, my friend. I won't take that. Thank you.
All right. Before VA, one more before, I don't want this to be an issue. We are going to take a break after this. Okija, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just came to because of this issue because I don't know why. I mean, what's his name? What's the guy that spoke with me? He spoke before me. Actually, okay. Yeah. So he said some of the things I wanted to say. I don't know why Nigeria, when it comes to things, they're using, the worst example. We didn't talk about Canada. We didn't talk about UK. You didn't talk about so many other countries where presidential or prime minister candidates were, their life were never in danger. I mean, you don't ask yourself, despite, Nigeria has been having an election before independence. And only this time we have people complaining about, a government opposing opposition trying to kill them. Rufai is in jail. No matter his sin, whatever, he's in jail. You can't get up. Show everybody. You don't want everybody anybody else to break except the government power. I don't know. We don't ask ourselves. That question. How do we deal with this kind of government? In Nigeria, P2B. Even though P2B, I think he's I don't want to use a kind word, but I think vying to govern Nigeria, it's one of the most stupid things someone will ever do. And Nigeria doesn't deserve it, to start with. But if you think that P2B that he's not being victimized, you are in for a shocker. Do you know why these guys became city boys, Big Cubana and Co? Because they suffer from the government, so they had to change. Other people, a lot of people who supported P2B during the last election, the government have been dealing with their businesses, and they have been going back, and you don't even know what's his name, Dangote that supported Atiku during the last election. They dealt with him, but they couldn't overcome him. So in the beginning of this administration, he suffered a little bit. But you don't know. We don't ask ourselves, why this government? Why is this so different? With this government, that those positions, they are complaining. We don't ask. I don't know. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ovie.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Dameji. I'm not. I'm happy that none of them who disagree. That death now part of the grace. They are just angry in the manner in
Obi, we're not seeing your
attitude.
video very well. The sunlight is covering you and your glasses too. The sunlight is there.
Prince Apache, you know, when somebody is talking and you do this, you know, the thinking, the thoughts process.
No, I just wanted to see his face. That's all I asked him for. I don't have anything against him, just his face.
All right, go ahead, Obi.
Yeah, I think by now OC and Pansas will not let you know say you know be manipulate, but me emotionally or intellectually, you know go work, because I will always tell you what we are practicing. Right? Killing is part of the game of power. People are angry, say they use America. Every day we aspire to be like American. The road to power in America is the same thing to road to Asu Rock in Nigeria. There's no difference. Abraham Lincoln na kid and kill him. Maybe not like somebody to fact check me. Ulysses Grant, he was a city president where they murder him. William McKenzie was the city president where they murder him. JF Kennedy, he was a city president where they put bullets for his head. Trump, me and you, they watch in real time when they are telling. So what I am saying, if you get children, if you want to run for, tell people, deceive them. Just adhere to that principle of intellectuals, yet idiots, LYN. Adhere to that principle that miseducation of black Negroes painted out, that when you control a man's thought, you don't have to worry about his action. That even when there is no road, they will find a road. Right? That is exactly what is happening. I was lied to. My generation, they don't teach us history. Everything was codified for us. Thanks to social media and the Enlightenment period now, what you are seeing happening is the Olodos now have the power to think out loud. Thinking out loud comes with questioning authority, questioning the status quo, which says that, oh, morality trump everything. Now lie. Presidency has no moral code. Somebody said here about Future Williams. That was in our lifetime. Obasanjo, it was under Obasanjo watch. Harry Marshall, Bola Ige. These are all power focus. So if you want to go along with the emotion, say, oh, because they won't kill her, good for you. But let me tell you one fact. One thing that is fact in our life, me and you no fear escape and have birth and death. And when you die, life continues. So before Obi become president, before Bola Tinubu become president, before anybody become leader of any country, people, they die. Do you ever think about that? Is the person being want to be president more special than the people that die in Chibok village, in Ososo, or in Akwanga? That is part of the story. That's now waiting we. Now we human, let's forget about politics or the nation states. Now we human beings, that's who we are. If I go America today, I'm only scared of Americans. If I go Nigeria today, I'm only scared of Nigerians. Maybe you go this scared of snake, maybe no because if you die. If I go Canada, I'm scared of Canadians. Anywhere I go, I'm scared of human being to hurt me or kill me. It's in our nature, whether you like it or not. Like, don't tell your children, don't tell your children. Allow them to the water like zombie. Say, oh, morality. No, it has nothing to do with morality, especially when it comes to the presidential level. So, Unafi hates the way I present real facts. All Una want. Now, the only door uprising in North, I need to come out now. Now, the only door where we they have us seize because we are scared of being spoken out loud because they go tell us say our grammar no good. Waiting with they talk is not conventional. No, don't say they go kill people. No, don't say this person go die. He go die, whether you like it or not. And nobody can stop him. When or how it will happen. So gone are those days where Una way go small school, go there indoctrinated, we come to a village. Mokuna vote for this, Mokuna do this. Now we go ask you. Make it come, they cry, say this person won't kill him. Bring up a few countries say, oh, they won't kill him. Or Dr. Damage won't kill him. Now somebody where they the same hierarchy and I won't kill him. That doesn't concern us. People go see die because of what they done for president. So the idea say we now they fear now because we never overcome death, and that's okay for you. But don't use your frame of mind, your ability to see things and what like every other person. Death is part of life. I fit talk finish. Boy, I'm gone. And life will continue. This conversation will continue. We will see gather here again next weekend. So the fact that what I'm saying cannot be refuted, that was giving me this confidence. So how arrogantly or how inadequately, how at the mother they were the presenter, your reaction tells everything I wanted to know. Means that you got what I said, and which is the foundation of communication. The fact that when I get them, and again, now because when they follow be emotion because when I no get plan. If when I get plan to win, my brother, all this you know go follow. It's not the first person. Buhari, they won't kill him. Anybody who is running for president can come out to claim that they want to kill him. And we all believe him because he comes with the job. I can't say that enough. Anybody when they run for president today come and say they won't kill me, we will all believe him. Why? Not because that person is special, because he comes with the territory. So, Mokuna speak una grammar, but one fundamental thing. The fact that you guys' command of this Oyibo is so very good, how come you not articulate message or point in a way that people will really convince rather than they focus on me? I go talk about this here. If you want to run for president, if you are going for power of any kind, death goes hand in hand with it. I will say it, nobody can stop me from saying it. And again, if you are claiming to say somebody should not come here and see somebody come in, and you will come in public, they use the word pie, and you don't understand the danger of what you are doing to your people. If you yourself, they use your mouth, they censor yourself. How do you consume that? 20 years from now, your children won't come research how many people were killed in Nigeria between the year 2025 to 2026. Which is you come and talk pie? Have you ever thought of that? Who say make you talk pie first? Who say make you talk that word? For you to come and say, we could not tell people, say people they die, and putting that side by side right? Who say make you they use that language? Don't you know you are doing yourself a favor?
They don't read.
In terms of research tomorrow, you cannot articulate the numbers.
Oh, the coconut water day near you. You go drink the coconut water, make your life better. Oh. Drink coconut water.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Thank you so much.
So, death and power now hand in hand. I will say it out loud.
The word buying now because of censorship, my brother. Make you know, forget that.
Who say make you they censor yourself? Exactly my point. You are censoring yourself. If the Trump they use the word, if America, hold on, please.
No,
hold on. The English word. How many countries? Hold on. How many English speaking countries they use the word pie? How many people? English speaking countries.
You listen. Now you have used the word.
No.
I don't use it. I know you don't. I am not part of your nonsense. I am not on this program running.
Right, we take a break. When we come back, we are going to rant, and that will give you opportunity to weigh in on what is making you angry. I'm sorry. So sorry, we have to take a break at this point. It's been almost 4 hours, and we've not taken any break. All right, we'll be back. All right. Thank you so much for staying with us. Welcome back, everybody. We are having our usual Saturday, obviously 247 on Iroko Post TV. I thank everybody who is staying with us. I know there's a game going on. And do we know the score? Anybody here following?
They are about to start. They are about to start in minutes.
They're about to start. Oh, they're about to start. Okay. All right. So we're going to rant. Ranting is an opportunity. We give everybody. Jagan, your line is. All right. We give everybody about 2 minutes to rant on any subject matter, anything that is making them pissed off about what's going on in the country. Just to lay out the kind of background, I want to play 2 videos. This is from...
To look at even good things that they are doing and say they are not doing it well. That is the job of opposition. So we have no apologies for pointing out to Nigerians that this government is incompetent and has failed to provide security. If you say we are politicizing it, fix the problem so that we can't politicize it. Okay? Are we politicizing breathing of air? Every Nigerian can breathe air. We can't politicize it because there is no problem there. But if you fail to supply petroleum products and we say you are failing, you say we are politicizing it. Fix the problem so that we don't politicize it. If you say that there is terrorism, we are politicizing it, eliminate terrorism. 5 years ago, nobody is talking about terrorism in Nigeria. Under Jonathan, it has become an industry. And we should not take advantage of their failings so that we secure the votes of Nigerians in the next elections. There must be something wrong with them. We have made suggestions to the government on how to improve security. They have ignored it. They have set up 5 different committees that have given them recommendations how to address this problem of terrorism in the last 3 years. They have not implemented one.
All right, that was El Rufai under government talking about insecurity and what the role of the opposition should be. That's not a reason why he should be going through what he's going through in the hands of this government. Let me play another video. This is from economist who is advising Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the president of Nigeria.
Went up in 2020, 2024 of food. Farmers made the money. Traders made the money. Importers made the money. They are Nigerians. Okay? People complain about the price of shelter going up in terms of rents. Who is making the money? Who is making the money? Nigerian landlords making the money right now as we speak. So call it a 50-50. If prices goes up, if shelter goes up, Nigerian landlords make the money, they pocket the money. When food prices go up, yam sellers and what have you, farmers make the money in this country. So it doesn't actually, conform with research methods and what have you, for you to just say, oh, people are complaining in that place.
So that is the economic advisor. I think his name is who knows his name? I forgot his name. Advising, telling us that people are making money, that landlords are making money, that people should not complain.
I think it's Tope Fafunwa.
Yeah. I play these videos to say that sometimes the public space in Nigeria, we see people come out and speak boldly, sometimes eloquently. And today we had Dexter talking about, what he didn't point out is the line of divide between those of us abroad and those in Nigeria. And sometimes we use the standard we see abroad to apply it to Nigeria, like talking about why is it that they are showing the kids, the kids that were kidnapped, why are they showing the pictures? We're expecting, and he said something that touched me. And when he said that, there are some of the people in Nigeria running the government who went to school in the West, and they know what is considered the best standard, international best standard, but they are not applying it. But if you ask them now, if you ask someone like Dexter, who are these people? Where did they go to school? Did they actually learn anything? And there's cases of people that we know that you may feel that they learned something, but they went back to Nigeria and they were frustrated. that they became part of the system instantly. I mean, after for a few years, they lost touch with what they learned in school, what they knew was going on abroad. And when they come here, they close their ears. They pretend as if they don't see how things are. So the rant is for you to have 2 minutes to express your anger, your frustration with anything in Nigeria. I'll start with you. Let me start with you, Prince Apache. You look like somebody who is really pissed off about something.
Thank you. Oh man, I've not spoken since, so that's why. First and foremost, since it's a rant, during the break, it came to my knowledge I didn't even extend my greetings to people like I call him Diopatoni, and then Okija and Okija and all that stuff. What do I want to rant about? I remain Prince Akwachi, a Democrat, an unrepentant Democrat. What I stand for is justice and peace. With things going on in Nigeria today, with the tribalism, everything, whenever it comes to any interview by P2B, you see all these data boys. It's just a shame that they ain't got no conscience. They keep it all OB. Go to Channel TV, whoever they bring for interview, it's OB. Go to Arise, whoever they bring, it might be a different topic. But the next thing they will bring up is OB and OB. I mean, like I said, I've said it in the time past, OB is not my father. Yes, he did, go to CKC with my elder brother, so I gave it to him. Okay? But am I on his side because he's an Igbo man or because my brother went to school with him? No. I stand for justice. I stand for my conscience. And I stand for the fact that, sometimes I kind of lean towards those who said Nigeria is unworkable. Let's divide it. If that's what it's gonna result to. After all, there are countries whose population is way less than Nigeria, and they are still living, and they're living a good life. We're all in diaspora. Most of us here that I can identify, except those in the comments and whatever it is, or Masca, but some of them do visit. Things are done justly. I hate injustice. If anything goes by, okay, even if you take it that the scenario of the airport thing that Obi's driver had, why channel it to the passenger? Why do that? And to the extent that somebody is coming up with apology and 25, what is that? What is shameless people? I have friends from different parts of Africa. As a matter of fact, my best friend is from Kenya. And this guy laughs at me every day that we meet. Because he also sees things that goes on in Nigeria. But I won't blame him. I won't blame him. Or is it the Ghanaian one? I can't even talk. We are all, what we are saying is this. If we are going to be a country, let's work as one. Not some people coming here to propagate division. And then the next thing is that the kids, who, thank God it happened. After how many months, how many days, or whatever it is. Those children, by my profession, it will be so hard. It will be so hard for them to become normal. They need an intensive therapy, which I know they are not going to get it. But at least, thank God, they are alive. I rest my case. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prince Akwachi. Let's go to Sully. You're next.
All right. So, what I just did here, and I like that Dr. Damages is keeping all these things in record. In case in the future, I want you to understand why your region is not developed. I stayed here and I told you exactly what happened in that, frivolous situation. Play by play, word by word. And someone that claims to come and save the country is using it for manipulative purposes. If you notice, everybody that argued back and supported this manipulative person never addressed the truth. All they kept on saying is this person's life is in danger over a 25,000 naira fine. These are people who claim to stand for justice. They stand for their conscience. We can see how their conscience works. We can see their form of justice, right? Injustice to them is them not having their way, even when they are lying about the situation. This is what they teach people around them. The reason why they feel that they can tell people with common sense such a condescending lie is because they don't rate you. That's just the truth. They are worse, in my opinion, than the people that are currently in power. This kind of people with this kind of narrative, I can bet wherever they are from, their roads are not done. They don't have government water. They probably don't have electrical infrastructure. And even if they do, they don't have lights. Because these people refuse, because it is a choice, they refuse to invest in their own society. They refuse to challenge the government officials in their own society because it is easier to blame another person. And you have to actually be courageous to be able to blame people and challenge people that are above you. So it's always easier to take the coward's choice than to, which is to blame an outsider for a problem that you are supposed to solve in your own area. Their future society will not have those tarred roads. It is a guaranteed. Their future society will not have government water because they have chosen the coward's route. They have chosen the coward's route. You are going to keep complaining and continuing this manipulative, low IQ, lazy, manipulative strategy, and it will not bear you any fruit. There are a lot of people from the southeast in Lagos that are not complaining about this situation. When you go to top places like Apapa, it is full of Igbo people that are making millions and billions a year. There are places in satellite town that look far better than Banana Island, full of Igbo people that are enjoying Nigeria to the fullest. There are plenty Igbo people in Aja Axis that have done land banking. They bought those lands when it was hundreds of thousands of naira. They are now currently selling lands 80 million naira. When you go to that Aja Axis, it's full of Igbo people selling land in Lagos State. 80 million, 100 million. I've never for once heard these Igbo people complain about Nigeria. I've never for once seen them follow this manipulative route. They have enjoyed Nigeria, they have benefited from Nigeria. And one constant story they continue to talk about is why they ran away from the East, because of this kind of manipulative issue that you are continuing to propagate and push. Someone did something bad, and I pointed out that it was the driver that broke the rule. Nobody focused on that. They kept on saying that it is Obi that is being attacked. Is this what you are teaching the people in your area? Do you think this will help the future generation to build your environment? If you continue this way, you are going to have more people from your region going to other people's region to so-called go and build it. And your region will never be built. But you are not going to listen because it is easier to take the lazy, coward route by blaming other people and not fixing your side. And I'll repeat it again. Very dark man followers are fond of this kind of behavior. You will never succeed. You will never gain anything in your community by continuing to do this thing. And if you like, don't fix it, right? Who will still benefit? Other people will benefit from your work. What you are propagating is the same thing Europe propagates, where they take our best and they turn them to slaves abroad. You are pushing all your people to every other person's region to go and fix it and build it without focusing on your own side. You can continue with the lazy routes, you can continue with the coward route, but it will never pay you. Nobody focused on the truth that I said. Everybody continued with the manipulative, they are after Obi. You can't even question your own candidates. And he lied to you. He lied in your face and you chopped it. And you are now arguing with other people. Your candidate lied to you because he knows that that's the kind of thing that you chop. He doesn't even rate your intelligence. We can see the kind of thing that you support and we can see why your area is the way it is. Everything shows from your actions. There is no justice from what you're asking for. There is no justice whatsoever. And there is no conscience whatsoever. It is just, I want my injustice to be pushed. And if it is not pushed, everybody is a tribal bigot. Nobody should question me. What then makes you different from what you are complaining about? Nothing. If I really want to say what is on my mind, I'll just say it's the failures of that region that complain about it the most. The most successful people don't complain about it. They are taking advantage of Nigeria to the fullest. When you go back to Nigeria, after insulting Nigeria for so long, it is white people that will sell land to you. It is white people that will rent house to you. It is white people that will own all the infrastructure that you have refused to build. The whole Southwest, somebody even came here and said Dangote was punished. Punished what? That guy has invested in the whole Southwest. He has gotten contract. He's going to build industries in that whole corner, that whole area. And you are saying that it's because they are punishing him. Like, why do you bring false narrative and lie to your people? You are not helping them. Every other person is going to benefit from it, except for you. Your politicians have caught on that times are changing, but you refuse to catch on. Why? I don't understand it though. I really don't understand it.
All right, thank you, Sully. Let's go to Dexter.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm coming. Go, General, help you. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dameji. First of all, what pains me, Dr. Dameji? So I consider my generation. Okay. Sorry, one minute. Oh. Yeah, you can do the rest. Okay. So first of all, as much as I try to stay in touch, okay, but I think I saw an interview with Sam Altman, and he was saying that if he was an 18-year-old or 23-year-old in this time of AI, like those people are living their best life. Like he can imagine the endless possibilities that he would have. And it's shameful, it's disheartening. Like I see the next generation of Africans, they don't really even know they don't even know what they have. They don't know what they need to do. They don't even understand what value addition is. They are stuck. They are stuck in the 1960, 1970 ideology. Total damages. Look at what we put on social media as Africans. It's rubbish. That thing can't add any value to anybody. What do we glorify? What do we glorify? Online streaming that is basically way of begging money. That's what our young generation are spend most of their time on. What is the future? If all you need to do is look at what the young generation are doing and saying now, then you kind of understand what kind of people are they going to be in the next 10, 15 years. There's a big problem we have. And it pains my heart. China just landed their first reusable rocket. We were ahead of China at a point in time. We were ahead of China. And you have the young generation that is supposed to be telling us things that are progressive. Like, look, guys, like, when you read about how guys like Bill Gates, the guys that brought Lotus 1, 2, 3, guys that transformed the world we are seeing today, those were young people that used the opportunity. And what are our young people doing today? What are we giving our young people? It's just horrible. You understand? And it pains my heart, honestly. God, tell the to give you the other one. To give you the other one. It actually pains my heart when I see. I'm just thinking, what the next generation? What is the need for the next generation? The education system is horrible, and you can see a reflection on it in what our young people say. Okay. I'll have to cut for now.
All right.
I'll have to cut for now.
I understand. All right. Okay, Jagun, you're next. Jagun, you're muted.
Hello again. I don't know if I want to rant necessarily, but I do apply observations that I'm seeing globally that pertain to us, and again pertain to the urgency of us getting things right, because we can all see the whole world is going wrong in one dimension or the other. Now, we as Africans stand at a very interesting position. It could be seen as a precipice in one way or the other, or it could be seen as an opportunity, a serious opportunity. And we have to figure out which one it is and what we are going to respond to. Individuals, especially of our generations, in order to secure some level of future. It's all very well us tugging and pulling, complaining, arguing, making things awkward. It's all very well, that kind of thing. It's necessary in some climes. However, the reframing that we're going through at this very minute, the manipulation that we're going through at this very minute, the media skewing of information, giving us all a picture of a reality, reality that may not be, is what we have to be paying attention to. And indeed, how we are being positioned globally for an attack, for a re-enslavement, for a re-colonialism, for, again, us being used as tools for the want of our resources worldwide, as opposed to being on the table and playing the game correctly for our people and our generations to come. And these are always the kinds of announcements I would want to make, because if we're honest to ourselves, I think it might become clearer that we've done very little to engage in the powers, or engage in the power that we have as a people, engage in the responsibilities that we have as a generation. And time is quickly running out. Every day there is a move by the enemy, if you like, I would want to put it in that way, that would have us under the barrel yet again, which is to be in charge of our resources, of our people, of our faculties, our mind. And I think we've got to really, really, really look in the mirror. It's all very well pointing the finger. We've got to look in the mirror and understand that there are things that we can control, and there are things that are out of our control. And the things that we can control, we should take care of them right now, urgently, for ourselves, to safeguard ourselves as best as possible, and to engage in some level of collectivism that allows you to secure your areas. You see, I made a statement earlier that the morality and the justice has left the village. That is, for me, a quite fundamental statement, because by the time we got to the grassroots of our village protectorate, our village life being usurped by the greater enemy, if you like, to our culture, to who it is that we are as human beings in Africa. By the time that whole picture has been skewered, we really are at rock bottom. We really are at rock bottom. And there is reparations and there is repair. And I think we have to entertain the repair that we can do within our own communities, within our own families. That's how deep this rot has gone. So I don't want to rant. I want to alert. I want to remind. I want to somehow focus on the issues at hand that really, really do subject us as individuals to a life of doom. You know, we are the only people that can do something about this to take it back. So I'll end on that note and hope there is some level of understanding in what I've said. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Jagun. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we're going to have a conversation with Dr. Chichi Anibogo and her son, Jason Anibogo, who will join us tomorrow to talk about life in the diaspora, finding strength, faith, and family. It will be at 1:30 p.m. New York time and 12:30. No, that will be 6:30 p.m. West African time. So tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. New York time, if you can join us, we will welcome that. We're going to talk about the challenges that we face, raising kids, family in the diaspora. We saw Dexter a few minutes ago trying to take care of his kid. So it's not an easy thing, especially for those who are planning to come abroad and those who are starting out. We want to hear from a family that have dealt with certain challenges and how they overcame that. So tomorrow, if you can join us, we appreciate that. Dexter, you are the final person. Finish up your thoughts.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Damages. I mean, so
I'm back.
It's. I just think that it's a very, very, very. It's a sad system, and I think that there is a whole lot of. I think Nigeria. I think this guy captured it very well. The owner of Fruitaways. Nigeria has missed, like, there's a gap that Nigeria has missed. Nigeria has come. What was supposed to be what was supposed to be the nexus to get us to more like an industrialized state. We've completely missed it because we've completely missed everything about the foundation and building. In fact, I was asking on the podcast, what do people know about building? If you ask the president, they don't know anything and they don't even value anything. They're just layering on platforms that they don't control. Imagine, Dr. Damages, imagine if TikTok and Twitter, and you know the way the world works, give people things for free, let them use it for 10 years, let their lives depend on it, then take it away and tell them to start paying for it. You have them under control. That's the way all these social, like this YouTube are using. Because that's the way it works. If tomorrow YouTube say, oh, everybody has to start paying, we're all hooked on it. So you have a population of almost 90 million youths. By now, Africa would have come up. Look at the way China is doing. Look, the US came up, Microsoft came up with ChatGPT. China came up with DeepSeek. DeepSeek is absolutely free. Look at the way even Europe works. BlackBerry came up with their chatting system. WhatsApp came up absolutely free. What do you call it? Telegram came up absolutely. That is a society that the people are thinking. The young people are thinking. You have young people sitting down and thinking, look, SSH, I was reading about SSH, how many of us don't know it. In the internet, how your messages get through successfully by hashing. It was somebody in some young guy thinking how he was just upset about how his data was open in the public. And he said, okay, look, I'll find a way to hash it. But you have in Nigeria today a young generation that don't even understand. They are morally bankrupt, not even ready for anything. And you have a government that is enabling it. You have a government that is cashing out on it. You have a government that doesn't care, doesn't see the future. It's not planning what will be the state of Nigeria. Look, it's just like this guy said, the loans that are being taken today, the bonds that are being issued. How many of us know what the bonds are being issued to be paid 2048? These guys that are issuing the bond now are not taking any responsibility. And some of us don't care. Some of us don't absolutely care. What we are thinking about is whether it is my region or not my region. What is the value addition of the bond that has been taken? Some of us, Costa, what value addition is Coastal Road going to do for the people? If the East-West Road has not done that, but it's completely comatose. Dr. Damages, thank you. Not get upset with the Nigeria issue.
All right. Okay.
Yes, doctor. They are working day and night to make sure this Olo don't know no rants. But it is a lie. A lie. So before you start my ranting, one observation, say 99% of the people where are all emotional that will be assassination take. 99% of them were celebrating when Donald Trump was going through his own 3 years before his election. They were all celebrating, yeah, he's a massive, yeah, it's like, yeah, December, oh, no, Lord, yeah. The same people now they shake, say they won't take Kubia, they won't take Kubia. As you say now, let's come to Olodo where my constituency. Now George Orwell talks some ideas are so stupid that it takes only intellectual will believe them. People tell you make you replace the word kill with buy. You just jump on them. You never ask that person why. Nigeria is not the only English-speaking country on the internet using Facebook. All the English-speaking nation in the world, now only us they use the word buy. Somebody will come get the mind. Well, I'm not surprised. At the same time, you tell the collecting bribe envelope is good for journalists, even though we not go fit communicate. You cannot ask why there's a make they use the word by. Why? Why you not tell British made them use the word by instead of kid? Why you not tell Americans? Why you not tell Ghanaians? Why you not tell everyone Nigerians? You accept them. You can't even sit down and think, say why? We come here, we complain about the leaders that came before us, they refused to teach us history, they manipulated things, Now we don't take their shoe now. We can complain about the Olodo that's all we want. It is our time. Now you are responsible for the Olodo uprising. You know, educate your kids, you know, show them the right way, and internet come, they take advantage of it, now everybody's complaining. Guess what? Internet has been taken over by these same Olodos. You are not just going to be watching them on daily basis because now them be the engine room of focus, because that's what they need. They don't need your muscle again to go far for fun. They don't even need your brain to calculate because AI can do you best. They can do it best. They just want your attention on the internet. And guess what? The all of those that you think they are uprising are the engine, that the fuel foiling that. So you are not just going to speak in them. You go to hear us. People go come here with their BB grammar. Dr. Damaji, some people does not deserve to be.
It's too late. This same thing in my village. Try again. So the Olodo uprising, before you come on internet space like this, they tell people to shut other people's voice up, but you listen to yourself because with all your education, you are using it to censor yourself. Your grandchildren, we have a falsified information about Nigeria in which you gladly contribute by your foolishness of using the word pie. Because when people are coming to research how many people die in this our time, they are not going to be searching how many people pie. No, it doesn't exist. How many people were killed? And guess what? Gone are the days where we see the type, Abi. The next 10 years, we're not going to type again. We always speak to a blank platform and everything where you want to come up on screen. So you know, go to say maybe person I just got my speak in written, go right and say how many people were killed alive. So you are doing more damage to yourself without knowing because you are being blinded by the foolish education that you receive, thinking that because you can articulate yourself, you are better than the man in the village who cannot speak the slave language. That's the problem. And I'm happy that a name has been given to those people who are tired of it, Olodo uprising. Instead of una go schools, so consider and ask yourself, how did we get here? Olodo uprising did not brought us here. Okpa will not bring us here. You hell know the drug law where una say Nigeria did not brought us here. Educated class designed the constitution. Hey, even all the manifestos of the political parties. They've been running this goddamn country. If they are not even lie, for the past 25 years, since the Fourth Republic, everything has been designed by people who go school. That is the country that we have. Una talk about una recognize una foolishness that all these schools where una go, no go free allow una build anything, complain that Nigerian kids don't build anything again. What do they want build? What do you teach them? Millions have been spent, so most of these people they come from they make not to go to school. What are you guys giving back? To go back and tell they say, oh, my people cannot speak English, so they don't even deserve to be organized or alive. Who the fuck do you think you is? Then you can't, because you can't come and say, oh, why will not go sympathize the man where it does it? They want to learn. Who are you? You die, come on for road. Many people want to become a leader. So the whole door uprising you are seeing, it's just the beginning. We are the majority. That's what you don't understand. There are many people who speak like Monday Okpagolo, like me, that speak like Una in Nigeria. This is just the beginning. When you say, if Una they pay attention, when I begin support Monday Okpagolo because the fact that I could not know how to speak is an illiterate, I said something. I look forward to the day when we have Olodo as our president. Somebody who is not that far as you think all educated like one will be our president. And I think my prophecy is not even, it's not going to take my lifetime. I mean, if we can have an uprising, before you know, somebody with common sense, not school where you go, with common sense, will come and organize those Olodo. Those are the people. Those are the great revolution. Those are the revolutionary soldiers we are seeing. They know the year one word and year go. So you can come on platform, garnish the damage or some ideas are not what to be heard. What do you think you are doing? It is too late. Before the Queen Elizabeth died, she complained. It is too much of information within the base. The base made the poor people that spiked Brexit. We already have this information. We get phone. No matter the grammar where you go speak, my grandmother go for village, you go just tell AI, explain this thing for me. It will break it down in any local language you want. So the idea when you go come, you go wear suits, they speak with English. Yeah, it's over. That's why I was pointing to Dr. Meji. Don't bring the issue airport to all Nigerians. Over 70% of us are not privileged to even know what airport look like. But now want to know everybody, they go up in arms. It's not good. Those days are over. I tell you now, say, an athlete, any day where a professional athlete wake up, he no fit pay for him, but he or she will be worried. That is the condition that una school puts una. Every day when I wake up now, batting, everybody is hungry, insult. You guys have been insulting the presidency for the past 3 years. Let me see how is that going to give you the presidency? How you go to win? That's what your education teach you. They insult. Person don't speak well, you insult them. Person talk like you insult them. Person that you insult them. That's all your education allow you to learn. Then you can't say, you say Olodo because that person now. Yeah, it is Olodo. But then what? One thing that Olodo is doing better than what education can ever done. They put money in your pocket. And once you have money in your pocket, 50% of your problem are solved. That's what the Olodo, the nuisance, whatever you are saying is bringing. And the fact that they are no longer listening to your grammar is what you guys cannot stand. Before, if you go speak, go make people go gather. And I like nobody listen to it again. Who grammar help? The last time I went to the village, I was saying that was the new slogan. Who grammar help? So if you fail to see your foolishness and your failed educational journey, if you fail to see the failure that is responsible for the Olodo uprising, then this old man will be in power for another 60 years. Because that is instead of you to worry about the Olodo uprising, ask yourself, how come 2 generations have come and gone, still they could not take power for this class of citizens? They've been in power for close to 60 years. In fact, they said when I go to school, all when papa when I come back with degrees, still as if struggling to take power for them. Don't you think your education has failed you? If you cannot take power for people who are just gone, that they are illiterate, the life of Buhari, the passenger, they did not go to the same school that you guys went to.
I thought you are timing us.
You had your time now, Mr. You had your time.
But your time is over, and you making no sense. You making no sense.
That's the problem.
Okay.
Yes, I am not speaking to educated people like you.
You see one thing with you, Ovie.
Dr. Dameji,
when you go to school, when you go to school in America, the first course that you do, thank God that Mr. Dr. Dameji is a lecturer. Okay, is what is called critical thinking. All you've just said here made no sense. And I'm
allow me to talk my talk now. I am not speaking to intellectuals like you. Too many books. You don't know understand me. Log off now. I'm not here to talk to you. I am not speaking to you now. Don't be you at the talk to. As far as I'm concerned, you don't exist.
Please round up. Let's go.
Don't see it like that. You don't exist. I am not speaking to people who is a big grammar. Where you are one of those people that was celebrating Donald Trump misfortune when he was running for president. Now, you today you want me everybody to cry because we visit their own killer. My friend, pack one side. We get war. Hold on. Let me talk. With all of those, we get mission. Our mission is to occupy every sector of the country. That's our mission. We are focused. Doesn't matter all these insults. It not go work again. You have to come correct. You have to come and say, come. With all our education, we have failed. And apologize, explain how you fail. You will not depend on those who know that they are going to forgive you and give you another opportunity. Because that's where we are. That's what you don't know. That's where we are. It will shock you when Bola Tinubu cover the second time. Your next president ain't going to was pass. You are educated. There are 2 grown generation in Nigeria who are well educated in every aspect of life. When they conducted, that means there's if they come, waiting their face, the reality to tell them go no. So what you have failed to describe, Dr. Damage, is that they went to school, they learned theory of life. But by the time you come back to apply to governor, you know they work because it is a reality, face of life. Even here in America. It's not because you are book smart, it's no qualification for you to be a leader. Anywhere. You have to bring more than that to the table. But una, then push all of una go I come back, una say una go real sit down. This person go there. This person is a grammar. Dr. Dameji, to those people who are there, it's over.
All right. Thank you so much, Ovie. And I will round up.
Eating this one now. The angel in charge of female show. Maybe
see, they only teach them for this food, so they only teach them for law school. They only teach them for any school. You go learn for your mama kitchen.
For balanced diet.
See, they don't teach all these things for any class.
Not even candidate. I might not even be alive. I'm telling you, every single thing I do for a living, this government is frustrating it. Deliberately so.
Power.
Everything. So there's even possibility if they have opportunity, I will not be alive.
Oh wow, that's a big.
It's an accusation. I know I get frustration every day because you do things that you think they will be normal. Mm-hmm. It is not normal any longer. They won't come directly and say, "Oh, we're doing this," but you could see their hand in virtually everything. So the government is attacking you personally.
They're attacking everybody who is in opposition personally.
Right.
Exactly, everybody.
Attack personally. Everything, even to provide me with necessary things that I should have been entitled to. Not at all. Had a case recently at the airport where people who work in the airport came and locked my car. And I said, it's me. The person on the side said, it doesn't care. But I said, look at the cars of other people. And you could see them talking to each other, you know, as if, who is this one? We have divided the country, breeding hatred among us. That's why I keep saying, I want to bring back unity where there's division. I want to show love, compassion, care. It's gone out of here. I said, I'm looking at somebody. He locked my car in front of me and saying, you're not supposed to park here. But there's cars here. So what is the exception to my own? Should the Anansi people I know at the airport, they will not greet me. Because they are fearing that if they greet me,
they become targets of the government.
Thank you. And I have people send me invitation and say, my son, my daughter is wedding, but please don't come. Yes.
Good.
Dr. Khamenei.
Thank you, Dr.
Which year? Lagos State?
All right.
Dr. Khamenei, you missed one thing. You missed the tweet of the week.
Which was?
You remember when Belgium beat US for World Cup? And Donald Trump took to his ex and said that Belgium is 2 weeks away from nuclear weapon. He's making joke of assassinating the leader of Iran in the pretense that they are nuclear weapon. So Belgium beating America, I don't know, it's not acceptable. So we have to go and attack them because they are developing a nuclear weapon. So that's where the joke lies. But again, I have a question for you, Dr. Khamenei. Lagos State Television was burnt. Oh, yeah, if you remember.
I have to go. We have to go. I don't remember.
That was when Bola Tinubu was running to be president. They were burning his properties.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, for the videos that you showed. You heard the interview. It's very clear. Okay? Ovie.
Yeah, everybody in that position. Everybody in that position want to be killed. That's what he said.
Can I talk now? Can I talk?
No, I'm not going to allow you to talk. You don't allow me to talk. When they want to kill Donald Trump, you were celebrating. No, you don't go talk. No, you didn't allow me to talk. Why would I allow you to talk?
You
have to go ahead, but I'm not going to allow you to talk because you refuse to allow.
An intelligent person.
So okay, hold on, guys. I have to thank the people that supported us and say hello to Comrade Omori. Omori, hold on, okay. Let me thank people that supported us. Oscar Blackburn, thank you so much. Prince Akwachi, thank you so much. Tracy, thank you so much. And we come here every day is because these people are supporting us with little amount, any amount they can give. Brick House Capital, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Real K, thank you. Kulata, thank you. Akwachi, thank you so much. Oriakutope, thank you. Kulata, thank you. And Mr. Show, thank you so much. Who else? All right. For everybody who helped me to produce this show today, I have my executive producer show and some writers and producers behind the scene who help out to bring you what we take for granted that we do here every weekend. I appreciate all of you. Comrade Amore, how are you? Welcome. It's been a while.
Oh, Dr. Damages, thank you for having me. It's always a delight to be here.
Yeah. So tomorrow you can join us on 90 Minutes Africa if you have the time, but we have to go for now. Unfortunately, I haven't heard from I haven't heard from forefathers.
Please, can I just have 2 minutes to make my input on this?
They don't kidnap them.
Go ahead, comrade.
Yeah, please. I was actually on the comment section. I was taken aback. I was flabbergasted to see that an issue as simple as pick up and drop off at airport. We all go to airport every day, right? Sometimes either you take person to airport or somebody takes you there, right? Has generated so much tribal brouhaha. And the same people condemning tribalism are so immense, are so deeply involved in the tribal bigotry, and they don't see what they do as wrong. Instead, they blaming other people. Dr. Damages, it's a very simple matter. With the clip we watched from the CCTV, the area where Mr. Obi alighted from the vehicle, there was no offense committed. He quickly moved. It's like somebody that was in a hurry. He didn't waste time. He went straight into the terminal. So he leaving the driver behind. There was no offense committed, and there was no altercation. There was no, problem between Obi's driver and the. But it looked at a point, look as if Obi forgot something, or the driver, which they said was even a policeman, driving Obi, realized that either Obi forgot something or needed to tell Obi something. He went straight again into the terminal, parking the vehicle right there. Dr. Damages, you live in New York. I was in New York for, I've been to JFK, I've been to Gbaja, I've been to so many airports around that neighborhood. Nobody allows you to park there at the pick-off or drop-off area indefinitely, leaving your vehicle unattended. We are not looking at the issues objectively. We are here looking at the individual involved. Some people are even making it look as if Oshomole has done it. Oshomole was wrong. Kwamwan has done it. Kwamwan was wrong. So if Obi does it, nothing is wrong about it. Why do we build a nation like this? Why do we come every day? This is one of the reasons why I don't want to go personal. I don't want to offend anybody, because it was almost getting to that extent. We come here every day deceiving ourselves, thinking to be fighting for a better Nigeria. We are not. We are selfish. We are selfish. We are not honest. We are hypocritical. It's a simple issue. Obi was not involved in any offense. The driver that parked there knew he wasn't supposed to park there. Maybe probably because he thought he was a policeman. Nothing could happen. Or because of the personality he took to the airport. Those are just minor things that have to have been addressed. And I'm happy that it was actually addressed. The moment Obi came back, and the airport official, the law enforcement official, did what he was supposed to be doing. With one call away, in a Nigerian way, the issue was resolved, and Obi was allowed to go. So, people come here, why not look at the issue objectively? Somebody went and started saying, I go to airport every day. Is there any, there was the day I took my friend to the airport, Dr. Damages. He had so much luggages, right? I was on the steering, I discovered that it was taking too long for him to remove the luggage. So I had to step down, leaving my car, his vision on, to help him. So the vehicles in front of me, they already created room because they already left. So I was causing a traffic right there. So a traffic officer came to me like, you got to move. But he saw that I was assisting my person to, remove the luggages. So what I did was to stop at that moment, cover that space that was in my front, so that other people behind me could have their way. In every airport of the world, not just in Nigeria, the pickup areas and the drop-off areas are not meant for parking, permanent parking. It's not an area where you leave your vehicles unattended. Why are we so wicked? Why are we like this? Our pretension will not take us anywhere. We pretend too much. We are not sincere. We're not doing anything for our country. We know what we are doing to ourselves. And somebody came here, was attacking solely for Obi not being his mate. If Obi is not his mate, so he has no right to hear his views. Akwachi, you open your mouth so wide every day. Your gutter mind to bring other people.
Thank you for mentioning my name. I knew you were going to mention my name.
Two guys are pretenders. You are a
pure hypocrite. I'm not here for a shouting match with you. Okay?
Stop pretending.
I'm not here for a shouting match with you. At the end of the day,
you guys know what you're doing.
You don't build a nation like this. I don't know between your own Olodo and that of Ovie, which one is worse. I don't know if it's your own or that of Ovie. I don't know which one is worse. Which one is worse?
Your tribal bigotry. You come here every day, you bring people for tribalism. You can insult him before you care. It doesn't matter. When anybody talks to Obi, this is why Obi keeps making every mistake.
Okay,
that will let him develop political religion. This is the business that will end up being political career. You guys are the cause. You guys are the cause.
Thank you, everybody.
Simple things that can be addressed. You bring all manners of tribalism.
You know one thing, you are just shameless.
You should be ashamed of yourself. You open your mouth to say rubbish every time.
Dr. Damage,
I have to go, guys. I appreciate all of you.
Okay, you called me an idiot. You are no lodo. You're a mumu man.
What's
the difference? You look at our position, fighting themselves. Now, so now what they win. Una dey fight to ourselves, now so now what they win.
No, not Omori.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.